just heard Seeds of the Desolate from the Solitude Aeturnus record Beyond the Crimson Horizon. This is the Requiem Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason. And this is, we're back in the American Doom. We're going to be here for a while, probably most of the summer, I would imagine.
Back in Arlington, Texas.
Yeah, never been.
I've only driven through the Panhandle. Or not, is there? Yeah, the Texas Panhandle, yeah.
Yep. Nope, been Arizona, been Alabama. That's about it.
Drive through Arkansas?
Nope.
Wow.
Drove through Tennessee. So Kentucky, Tennessee, right into Alabama. But
okay.
Arizona I flew into, so I haven't really.
Arizona's beautiful to drive through, but me and a buddy went and the car broke down in the desert.
Oof.
But in I
you guys have to drink your own pee like Better Call Saul?
No, it was like you could see it was about like 200 yards ahead of us was a rest stop.
Yeah.
So we just had to push it in, but
oh shit.
It could have been awful.
Yeah. That's like the Mark Coughlin and I story when we went and saw Walls of Jericho and poisoned the well and ran out of gas in the coldest day of winter, and we had to like push it down and exit into Elma. Yeah, it was a mess.
And you don't bring coats because you don't want to carry them into the show.
No, we had tight fucking t-shirts on. Mm-hmm. So yes, so Solitude Aeturnus was originally intended as a Patreon episode for our patron listeners, and it just kind of grew. And the second John Perez, who you'll hear from later in this episode several times, got a hold of me and was like, "Hey, I'm up for doing this, blah blah." And then he sent in some really great, like eloquent.
Really nice, nice stuff.
Yeah, really. Did
you say that you bought a CD from him and inadvertently figured out it was him, and that's how you got a hold of him?
So no, I had already gotten a hold of him back when Albert initially got me a bunch of these emails, because I reached out to Albert and kind of told him what we were up to, and Albert, he knows people. Yeah. And he's like, "Hey, here's what I got, based on some of the bands you said you were interested in doing." And he gave me John's email, and I had sent an email out to John, and I had forgotten that John was like, "Yeah, I'd be up for doing this." And so I hit him up again. I'm like, "Hey, if I wrote up some questions," he's like, "Yeah, just send them over." And he's like, "Yeah, I can do this Monday." And I'm like, "Cool, fucking A, shoot." So yeah, I didn't know what we were going to get. I was like, "Oh, maybe it'll just be like a kind of supercharged Patreon episode." But the more we kind of got into it, I'm like, Solitude Aeturnus is kind of an essential building block of the American Doom story.
And if there's one thing that the Requiem Metal Podcast is good at, it's about prolonging and making things bigger than we had originally intended them to be.
Yeah.
But I think this is a band that I don't hear talked about. Hear them talked about referentially for sure. Yeah. But not really. I couldn't tell you the last time there's like a long conversation I've ever heard about it.
Yep. Yeah. No, same. I mean, it's even a band that I feel like amongst us we don't talk about, and yet like on my own I like them. On Chris's own, Chris likes them. On your own, you kind of were sort of indifferent to them. But
I had preconceived notions from years gone by, but those are completely.
But at the same time, it's never been like a comment. I've never had a conversation in my mind with Chris about it, and yet Chris wrote the Decibel Hall of Fame about it, and I had this CD before I even knew you guys. So it's like, it's just weird that they don't get brought up. They don't get the attention. Maybe it's probably because they don't fit. I mean, none of these bands we've done thus far, outside of maybe St. Vitus, like completely fit into the kind of Doom narrative that people think of as Doom.
Yeah,
these guys get thrown in a little bit because they do have progressive metal influences, sometimes power metal, traditional metal. They have other elements happening, but I mean, Acid Bath had other elements happening too, and sludge and death metal and different things. So
I think that Solitude Aeturnus on the face, looking at the presentation they give, they're not as exciting as Acid Bath.
Sure,
it's not as direct. Yeah, they're not as sexy. Like you got to put the time in to get the reward. There's nothing like you could be into serial killers and then see the the pogo clown shit and be like, "Oh, I gotta see what this is." But like you look at the Solitude Aeturnus covers, they're like, it's a doorway.
Yeah, it's a little more esoteric, and
like you got to be looking for it to be into it, I think.
Well, it reminds me of like early Fates Warning kind of covers and things like that. Like you got to put some effort into some of those bands to get like they're not as immediate because they're more complicated, or they're just they're not doing flashy like kind of genre mashing, mixing kind of things and stuff like that, like the way like Acid Bath is. Or
they're like how getting into say Metallica or Blind Illusion.
Yeah, sure, no, yeah, absolutely. Well, and I think, speaking of Chris, who, isn't with us, but I figure
he's always with us in spirit.
He's always with us in spirit. His intro to the Decibel Hall of Fame for the Beyond the Crimson Horizon, which is what you just heard Seas of Desolate from, and we'll talk more about the album a little bit later after we talk about their debut. I just think it kind of sums up some of like the situation that Solitude Aeturnus was kind of into sometimes. He just said, for 5 Texans, timing's always been a cruel, heartless bitch. But that didn't stop Solitude from transforming under threat of legal action into Solitude Aeturnus, landing a record deal with Roadrunner on the strength of a single demo and issuing 2 critical full lengths for the Ascendant International thereafter. The problem was, and continues to be, few cared. When Beyond the Crimson Horizon landed in the summer of '92, metalheads weren't particularly taken by soaring vocals, melody, and doomed-out tempos from a label better known for its purveyance of top-end death metal.
True.
I mean, I think that's a huge kind of factor, is like when you were buying Roadrunner stuff in 1992.
I was more into Gore Guts and all that kind of shit.
Obituary, all the kind of stuff that was there, sort of there. He goes on, he says, sure, Vulgar Display of Power, Las Exorcisto, Meantime, Fear of the Dark, and Countdown to Extinction were kings of mainstream metal's castle, but in the dungeon, the so-called underground, Beyond the Crimson Horizon was no sales match for the End Complete, Legion, or Utopia Banished. Even though Solitude Aeturnus' influence were putting out accepted music, the Texans were on a proverbial island.
Yeah.
He goes on. Actually, I'll save that for when we get to the actual record. Okay. The rest of his little intro.
Because really, like Texas is known for Pantera, ZZ Top, and not Solitude Aeturnus.
No, Tex-Mex. Yeah,
well, music-wise,
yeah.
There's not a whole pedigree of of metal music.
Buddy Holly. I'm just trying to think of
roll.
Yeah, but
he was from Arlington too, wasn't he?
No, he's from Lubbock.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we did, what was it, Devastation? We're from Texas when we did the Patreon episode.
They're from Houston, weren't they?
I think so. I think they were a Texas thrash band, but yeah, it was. And Texas is so big, I'm sure there's probably been some cool bands that have emerged out of Austin that I can't think of at the time, but
or formed somewhere else and moved to Austin.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Seeds of the Desolate there that you just heard, it's kind of, essential kind of elements of what makes Solitude Aeturnus kind of great, John Perez, who's the main guitar player, and I'll get to the lineup in a second here, he basically said it's a perfect example of the band firing on all cylinders. Robert sings his ass off on it. That's Robert Lowe, who's going to be the singer on all these.
Don't call him Rob either.
No,
he's always referred to as Robert.
He prefers Robert.
Well, in stuff, I'm just
even
guessing he didn't want to be.
John in that quote says Robert. So yeah. The chorus effect on the clean guitars and the intro is really cool. It's written by the bass player Lyle Stedham, who also goes by Lyle Blackburn sometimes too. I don't know if that's his middle name. It's kind of like the Brian Lawrence, Brian Goodbread. Yeah. But yeah, it's Edgar's solo in it is really incredible, and I'll talk about like kind of how you can tell Edgar's sort of stuff. But Edgar hated playing that song live because it was so difficult.
I believe. I mean, what I got for that solo.
Yeah,
I'm like this. The Guitar Fest solo is huge. Where is it? Oh, I highlighted it even. It's got like, if there's a video for it, he's playing shirtless in the rain because it's so fucking powerful. Well,
and Edgar's we're going to talk about musical influences in a moment. But Edgar was the guy in the band who was really into like the shredding kind of stuff.
It shows for sure.
I kind of hear a lot of George Lynch in a lot of his solos.
Yeah.
And again, George Lynch on the Volcano and In My Dreams video, like playing on top. It's got that kind of feel to it.
Yeah. I mean, there's like Black Album Metallica stuff, just like the classic heavy metal kind of vibe, but they take a fairly stock doom riff and really, really kind of take it somewhere where I wouldn't, right before it gets too cliche.
Sure.
That's the thing. Like, there's so many of these riffs that we hear, like from Vitus or almost anybody that we've talked about so far, and they're so close to becoming like cliche, or like I've heard that a million times, but then what do they do to to up that really simple Sabbath riff.
Kind of add their own sort of element.
Yeah.
And again, I think is why it's a perfect opener to introduce people who maybe aren't as familiar or into Solitude, because it shows the best elements the band has to offer. I just said, giant heavy riffs, check. Epic dynamics of loud soft, check. Insanely great vocals, check. Bitching guitar solo, check. Propulsive rhythm section, check. I mean, that's pretty much what you're going to get out of like the best of Solitude Aeturnus. Almost every song kind of does those things.
And it checked off my box of it's got a PL-ish riff in it.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
A little Maidenish. I even said a little bit of Skid Row, perhaps.
Yeah, no, there's definitely some of that. And John will say that in one of the interviews that he was into like Dokken and Rat and some of that kind of stuff, which, I was always into that stuff. I
think a lot of that was unfairly maligned because of, Poison and Warrant and some of the bands that maybe necessarily weren't as hard rock.
Became more about image. But even Warrant was better than people gave him credit for. It's just everyone remembers Cherry Pie. But like,
which they didn't want to do.
Exactly. But there's just like, there's things that are deeper about those bands in the kind of way like Kiss. Kiss had good songs, even if you cut through some of the bullshit and the double entendres and stuff like that.
And I think a lot of it, at least at the, in the 80s, I wasn't really aware of the pedigree that stuff was coming from of, Aerosmith and a lot of these other, hard rock bands from, the 70s I thought were just lame.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, band hails from Arlington, Texas. And in 87, they were originally called Solitude, but they had to change their name. The original band was John Perez on guitar, Chris Harden on bass, Brad Kane on drums, Tom Martinez on guitars, and Chris Gabehart on vocals. And they released a demo in January of 88, a few months before Metallica.
Injustice for All.
Called Injustice for All. Kind of interesting.
Yeah.
It was in the zeitgeist, I guess.
Yeah, a good title. Somebody's going to find it.
Yeah, exactly. And there was 5 raw tracks, and kind of got them, in the zeitgeist a little bit there too, so people were kind of aware of them in Texas. And then Brad, Tom, and Chris left that same year, and enter Robert Lowe on vocals, Lyle Steadhead on drums, and they join and they record a 1-song Mirror of Sorrow for a cassette demo. And then that's when they renamed the band Solitude Aeturnus. Then a little bit after they record that demo, they bring in Edgar Rivero on guitar to replace Tom's spot. And then they record another demo in 1989 with Opaque Divinity and Mirror of Sorrow again, which will get them signed with Roadrunner. And then they record their debut and release it in 1991. And, I guess the one thing is hardly anyone was doing this style of kind of no album, epic doom, power metal, certainly in the U.S. Maybe Penance a little bit. They're the only contemporary I can think of that I know of in America in like 91 that was doing this.
It wasn't. I think they're completely different though.
For sure.
But they're both weird enough where they didn't fit in anywhere. But those are probably some of the closest.
Yeah.
Because even at this point, like Trouble was not. They were kind of a little more commercial sounding, and
and they were kind of getting into the psychedelic stuff more towards like the self-titled and Manic Frustration. Yeah. So I mean, they were kind of in a
but underground spot. Like because I wouldn't really consider Trouble at a certain point underground.
Sure. Yeah.
They were, I think, known enough.
Yep. I think once you get past the Skull and stuff like that, they're kind of.
But as far as underground metal was concerned, I can't really think of a whole lot.
Yeah.
Especially from the States, there's next to nobody.
Yep. And then, so I mean, that's kind of where they're at with that. In terms of influences, I think this is kind of interesting. Chris asked them in the Decibel interview, and I know John will touch on some of his influences, but I think it's cool to hear from a lot of them. John just says, if I listen today, it's more of a culmination. A lot of these songs have influences that can be spotted right away. Solitude wasn't just a doom metal band. He goes on to say, we were a melting pot of everything that can be considered metal. The doom metal tag was fine. Sabbath has always been my favorite band. This kind of style has always appealed to me. But again, our definition of doom metal is pretty broad. We were always big fans of Trouble, Candlemass, Pentagram, and St. Vitus. But we'd be fools to think Slayer, Metal Church, Sabotage, at least for me, and Fate's Warning didn't influence us as well. We were also into punk rock. There's an attitude to Solitude Aeturnus. That shows in our playing, our delivery, and our attitude towards things. We had a little punk edge. There's no punk in the music, obviously, I was really into Dead Can Dance in the mid to late 80s. Also some of the 4AD bands. I was also listening to a lot of Soundgarden at that time. I really liked what they were doing. I can even pick out a couple of death riffs. So we were into and inspired by a vast variety of music. I can hear other influences on that record more than any other. Or I hear our influences on that record more than any other. Robert Lowe says, this is a sad thing to say, but what was in my cassette tape deck in the car at the time? Dead Can Dance. He says, I was also into Husker Du and Bob Mould. To me, I wanted to take everything and make it something. I got the weird harmonies from Christian Death. You take stuff and run with it. That's pretty much how I thought back then. Lyle says, Candlemass and Trouble obviously provided the template for our style, but we were influenced by many other bands. Personally, I was listening to bands like Merciful Fate, King Diamond, Fate's Warning, Manowar, Pink Floyd, Sabbath, Danzig, The Doors, Discharge, Metal Church, Iron Maiden, and Dead Can Dance, just to name a few. Robert and I were big Fate's Warning fans. Just listen to the Hourglass, especially the chorus. You can totally hear that influence. Rivera, Edgar, says, back then I was listening to guitar virtuosos such as Tony McAlpine, Eric Johnson, a few others. None of it was really metal at that time. I was still grasping the whole doom metal thing. And then the new drummer, who will come in a little bit later, he says, I know that we were, as individuals, we were listening from everything from Saga to Morbid Angel and Black Flag. So he says, I think Fate's Warning was a big influence on most of us at the time, and you can hear that on the Beyond record. So pretty diverse.
What do you think the Fate's Warning? What do you think their key record was early on?
Awaken the Guardian. Yeah, that's the one to sort of grab. And I think there's probably a lot of Requiem fans out there that know that record. That's the one. I know Wagner and Hunter talk about it all the time on Radical Research. I think Wagner said it's like top 2 or 3 favorite metal records for him.
Wow. And
it's incredible. I was listening to it the other day because I knew it was going to sort of come up, and it's dense, but it's like not dense in like a pompous kind of Dream Theater sort of way. It's still sort of coming out of the metal underground of the early 80s. So it's still got that rough kind of edges to it. Kind of like those early Manowars or early Voivods or, I'm trying to think, even early Queensryche sort of still has a little street vibe to it, those first couple records. And I think Fate's Warning sort of fits into that, but it's more complicated. And I just think that Awaken the Guardian, which I think is a Decibel Hall of Fame as well, I just don't think there is really anything that was like out like that. But I can hear it in Solitude Aeturnus, and the way that like you don't hear doom bands that sound like Solitude Aeturnus, except kind of Candlemass in some ways has some of those aspects to them. Yeah. It's whatever that is, that element of Fate's Warning and some of those kind of bands, even like the first Metal Church or first couple Metal Church records I hear a lot in early Solitude stuff.
They're almost kind of, all these bands are kind of like out of time.
Yeah, Armored Saint probably I would throw into that as well. Like they didn't fit the thrash tag. They're not 100% Saint Vitus doom. They're not like 100%. They're not traditional heavy metal. Kind of a kitchen sink type thing.
Yeah. And I think for especially as a teenager, if it didn't fit into my little box, then it was like, oh, that's old or antiquated. I remember people dropping Candlemass constantly, the name.
Yeah.
And I heard it and I was like, it just sounds like Black Sabbath.
Yeah.
I didn't get the subtlety of...
Yeah, I remember like, I brought this up in an earlier episode, I think, in this Doom series. Like, it was up at Uncle John's cabin. Yeah. That's when I was like, dude, like I'm having a moment here. You just got to fucking hear Nightfall, like the riffs and Tales of Creation and shit. And
the first thing I heard was
Mirror Mirror.
Well, no, Johann before.
Oh yeah.
Earlier on,
I hadn't really heard the Johann.
I didn't like his voice that much.
Yeah.
I fucking love it.
Exactly.
But then the Messiah stuff was like, oh, this is kind of lame. It took me a long time.
It's pretty pompous
to get into the like the whole King Diamond falsetto thing.
Yeah.
And then once I like.
The riffs are irresistible. So
just the singing is, you just gotta like get over yourself, and it's not fucking serious, man. It's fun.
The gateway to sort of my heart has always been, and I can get past vocals, I think, easier sometimes maybe than you can. But
I don't have as much problem now, but I used to have a chip on my shoulder about all that shit.
And I don't know what I think each of us probably has an Achilles heel. I just don't know what it is. Chris's is like I don't know, like underground production or something like that. Like, but he likes some rough stuff sometimes too. So it's kind of
usually
weird.
it's from a certain era.
Yeah.
Like I can't picture him liking the first Asphyx record now if it came out.
Oh, really?
But then like I think because we didn't have a problem with going from, like when Dark Throne changed styles, we had no problem whatsoever. Or when Bride went from guttural to, Aaron's unique little thing he was doing. Problem.
I think this will be a long-term homework assignment for us. We'll have to rope Chris in. We have to self-identify our metal weaknesses, what our Achilles heels are.
We didn't do it for a show. I think we were just having conversations, but talking about what really got us into heavy metal in general. That's I think where I came up with I think it comes back to Transformers the movie soundtrack.
There you go. Yeah, we talked about that. For those of you that didn't hear the last episode on Penance and Dream Death, one of our patrons wrote in and talked about how important that soundtrack was to him. And
I think the thing the internet generation opens up is that it's like anything. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If you like the stuff, it's great. There's room for everybody to like everything, and there's no genre and all that stuff doesn't really matter. It's enthusiasm that really matters anymore. And
sure. Yep.
Kind of where I'm coming from, at least.
Yeah, no, and it's good. It's again, this is going to be a constant drum that we sort of beat, but the ability to revisit bands that are on the periphery for a lot of us, for Mark and I, I've always liked Solitude Aeturnus, but now I can say that I kind of love them. It's because of having to do this research and notes, I've gained more appreciation, especially for Beyond the Crimson Horizon. And, I feel like I haven't really sat down and listened to Through the Darkest Hour in 2 decades. And that was a record when we get to it later in the episode that really was formative for me. And it's shit, this brings me back, I'm in a cool nostalgic moment and stuff. And so, that's one of the fun aspects of doing this sort of Doom series is almost pushing through a little bit and testing our limits and seeing what we like and what holds up and doesn't. And not all of it, we don't have to love all of this stuff. I mean, there were some aspects of Penance that I think we were kind of meh, this is not as good as Dream Death, but it's still a band that's worth talking about,
Yeah.
Even when
at least the one record's you should have that.
It's kind of a masterpiece. Yeah. And it sort of is part of that chain of narration to get from Dream Death Part 1 to Dream Death Part 2. Penance is part of that story in a way. So.
Oh, for sure.
But let's go to John first, because these clips are a little bit longer than the Mike and Brian ones from the last episode. We're going to just hear from John, then we'll come back and finish this set and kind of lay out Into the Depths of Sorrow and their debut record a little bit more with that. So, but yeah, basically, I think in this first question, I just asked John a little bit about, kind of where the band came from, origins, what Texas kind of was like, and some of that. So enjoy our first appearance from band founder and guitarist John Perez.
Hello, guys. This is John Perez, Solitude Aeturnus. Thank you for having me on here and getting some of my story out and answering some questions from you guys. I appreciate the opportunity. The demos were released in 1988, or the first demo was. I actually started the band in 87. I had just left the previous band that I was in, which was Rotting Corpse, a band that I formed with Walt Tratchler a few years before. I was always into the doomier side of metal, but literally in the early 80s, you literally could not find anybody, or at least I couldn't, that was into the heavier sound, being more doomier, slower, Sabbath type stuff. So I ended up forming a thrash band, as I could only find people that were interested in that sort of stuff, which that in itself was hard to find in the early 80s. It was a miracle to find anybody in 83 that was into Slayer or even Metallica for that matter. It took a few years to catch up, But, so anyway, after I left Rotting Corpse, I decided to put my mind to doing exactly what I wanted, which was to produce some really heavy, doomy metal. Heavy metal as I saw it, which was all the stuff I'd been listening to up to that point, and I just wanted to create timeless heavy metal music, and that's what really begat the birth of Solitude as it was. The inspiration was simply just the idea to create timeless metal music that's a little more varied in its approach, being that there's slow tempos, fast tempos, clean parts, not clean parts. Anything goes was my idea. And that was really because of that kind of reflected my taste in heavy metal. I mean, I still do to this day. I like all kinds of heavy metal music. I mean, everything, even back then, everything from whatever, the more famous Dokken and Rat type bands to very underground metal at the time, Venom, Motorhead, and all the usual suspects, and then some from the early 80s. But I've always been a big fan of doom metal or heavier Sabbath type metal. And there was really a lack of bands doing that in the 80s. In fact, there was really nobody doing it, save for maybe a half a dozen bands. You could count the number of bands that were playing Sabbath-heavy oriented metal pretty much on one hand, maybe two if you went worldwide. But, 1987 rolls around. I started Solitude with my good friend Brad Kane, who had been with me before, even Rotting Corpse. He was an old friend from the Bay Area, and Brad was a complete metal maniac and also shared my passion for really heavy music. And so Brad and I formed the nucleus of Solitude in the very early days. We had other members come, Chris Harden on bass, great guy. We had Tom Martinez, another young guitar player from our area, and one of my old friends, already old friend at that time from a few years, was Chris Gabehart from San Antonio. He was in one of the very earliest, if not the earliest, black thrash crazy band called Death Tripper. And they were doing a really absurd, obscene, sickening, thrashy black metal really before anybody else I knew was doing it. But Chris was a huge fan of Black Sabbath and Trouble and Candlemass and just really heavy stuff. So he decided to hook up with me, and we started the beginnings of Solitude. So that was the beginning of Solitude, and that was the summer of '87. We rehearsed for 6-7 months, working on songs that I had written with Brad over the course of the summer. Those 5 songs that we wrote were the songs that became the original demo called Justice for All. We released that in what I think it was February of '88, I believe. January, February of '88. Told me there was not a lot of doom in Texas or in the States for that matter. In fact, there was none, as a matter of fact. I mean, you had Trouble and you had St. Vitus. You had a few lesser knowns all around. You had a War Cry that was already disbanded. You had Revelation, which was very important. But there was really very few bands in '86, '87 that were doing any kind of really heavy stuff. So I wanted to change that and create the music that I thought was necessary, and I just wanted to create music that I liked. It's pretty simple. I just wanted to create the kind of metal. If I walked into a record store and I heard Solitude's music playing, it would be what I would want to buy. So it's simply creating the music that I would like to hear. So that was the origin of the band, and with those other 4 guys, we did some significant work. We put the demo out, played a lot of shows locally, played a show, I believe, in Oklahoma, played a show down South Texas. So we got around with that lineup. And one by one, those guys fell out of the band. All those guys are good guys, and it was just a matter of just situations, coming up, and differences of coming up, and people have to do different things. I think the original band dissipated, and I was able to find these other guys to keep it going, and so we kept it going, and we were still Solitude after the original 4 other guys left the band or moved on. And then I continued with the other guys that came into the band, which was Edgar Rivera, Robert Lowe, Lyle Stedham, and John Covington. Yeah, there was no one doing this kind of style of metal in Texas, that's for sure.
Thank you, John. So you got a little taste for what's more to come in this episode in terms of what he sort of brings to the table. Very eloquent, and it's good insight. So let's kind of set up the debut record that we're going to dive into before we get to what's widely considered kind of their masterpiece beyond the Crimson Horizon that we started the whole show off with. And that's 1991's Into the Depths of Sorrow. And basically as like an overall record, what I kind of said is, the feeling I get listening to this in comparison to their other stuff, it's very much the dreariest and doomiest and probably the slowest material that they're ever going to kind of play into. And a lot of it's material that's coming from their demos that they're just re-recording and update it. You've mentioned it before in other episodes that like sometimes the stuff that's on bands' debut records is stuff that they've been living with for 4 or 5 years. I think
that's, the sophomore
and,
slump is so harsh sometimes.
Yeah, because you haven't had you
have a lifetime to make your first record is the saying. Yeah.
Yep. And a lot of it is, I think this is also really key, is a lot of the ideas and the nucleus of a lot of the songs are coming from past members' ideas. So it's like people that aren't even in the bands that came up with the ideas for the songs. And so I think, maybe some of the new guys aren't contributing as much on this record. I think they are. By 91, I'm sure they're doing cool stuff. But it just seems like I love this record a lot. And there's, I think probably some really like true diehard kind of Doom fans that maybe prefer this slightly to Beyond the Crimson Horizon. I did get that vibe from some places that I did some research that like some purists are like,
I think they both got their, I like them both, I think kind of equally.
They're pretty awesome. Both. Yeah.
The first one you've got, you get a little bit more rough around the edges, but the idea, I love bands' first records because they're usually kind of throwing too many ideas out. And the second one, they rein it in a little bit more. Usually I find the third record is usually the turd.
Really?
Like the sophomore slump thing, I think it's usually they're trying too hard to like up the ante.
Gotcha.
Sometimes they overdo, like Entomb did with Clandestine,
which I love.
I love too, but I like Wolverine Blues is like to me as far as like that trajectory you're going. Like Wolverine Blues, you drop down.
Got it.
Like below what Left Hand Path was to me.
Okay.
I see that at least in extreme metal stuff. I see that more often. Like the second one's the weird, more interesting one where they're pushing themselves a little bit.
I mean, I think there's definitely exceptions to that.
Oh, of course.
But I could see that for sure.
It's my armchair.
Here I think that for me, I think it's their fourth record where they slump a little bit. And they're, I think they're really strong in those first three, and there's some issues I have with the fourth one. I still like it, but it's also, and we'll talk about it, it's a weird time in metal, especially America. And I think that could have contributed.
That era didn't give them any.
Yeah, they weren't getting help. Yep. I think this is probably the most overt album of Candlemass influence. I think that's where you hear the most Candlemass in Into the Depths of Sorrow.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. No problem with that.
I don't even know as much as sound, but in approach.
Just spirit. Yeah. It's just like that vibe that you get. Whatever it is that Candlemass gives off that's different than other doom metal bands, like Solitude's like the American version of that in some ways, at least on this record. Candlemass
was never afraid to, it seems like, take notes out of the riff to make it the simplest. That's like the same with Vitus.
Yeah.
They're take this riff where you're like, oh, I could play that, and then you try, you're like, I guess I can't. Like, it's so simple, so deceptively simple.
Yeah.
But it hits that, whatever that exact perfect spot, where that Sabbath riff.
Yeah, it's like the platonic ideal of like doom.
Yeah.
Or something like that. That's kind of what they captured.
It's like hearing like some like real crazy classical music when you're a kid, and it just like,
sure,
it's like visually evocative, and it makes you feel like the hair on the back of your neck stands up. And
it's also, what's really weird too is that it's like for as simple as their main riffs are, it's true of Solitude, the fucking leads in Candlemass and Solitude are like off the charts compared to like Trouble or like Vitus, which I like those leads, but those are more like bluesy, whereas like a lot of these are more like
shredder,
classical, shredding kind of influence and stuff, which is fucking awesome. It adds just a different kind of element. But there's big hints on this record of the Metal Church, Fate's Warning kind of stuff as well. Has the majesty and mystery of epic doom without sacrificing the pace and playing chops of more traditional metal. And I think that's like a key thing to think about. I think Solitude, for me in my mind, unfairly got tagged with having like power metal influence, but I don't think it's power metal. I think it's traditional metal. I think these guys were listening to like Sad Wings a lot. Like to me, like they're bringing.
I never
like
listened to until I was
that
way
era
later on.
Of Priest, where like it was still doomy, but it was Priest, and it was still like it was different than Sabbath's kind of style of doom, but it had doomy kind of elements, or even like fucking 70s Scorpions type stuff. It's virtuoso, but it's like melancholy still, you know? It's not as bright as maybe thrash music and some of that kind of stuff, but it's definitely has like a mood to it, you know? So that's kind of like my overall vibe and just kind of the album, I think, you know? So the trio of tunes that we're going to hear to kind of open things up is Dream of Immortality, Destiny Falls to Ruin, and Mirror of Sorrow. And the first tune, Dream of Immortality, I mean, I just think Perez and Rivera really form one of the greatest doom metal guitar duos like I've ever heard. I mean, Trouble's up there. Candlemass didn't have the same guitar players, but Candlemass always had two like really great guitar players through at least that classic era, you know? Yeah. But I can't remember their names for the life of me. Yeah, I just remember Leaf, and I think one guy's like Marcus somebody, and I don't know, they're like Swedish names.
Yeah, you know? One dude's been there for a really, really long time. Yeah. And I always thought he was Leaf. And then when then I started, you know, getting the albums and looking at this thing, I was like, oh, that's okay.
Sure. Well, and speaking of Leaf, one of my big discoveries of this is, you know, John's a driving force of this band, but I guess I didn't realize how much songwriting Lyle, the new bass player, really contributes to like a lot of the riffs, and he wrote like almost all the lyrics, I think, on this record or Beyond, which is like, wow.
Yeah.
It's just weird. Usually, like, I think Robert will eventually write some down the road and stuff, but like it's like a Nikki Sixx Leaf kind of thing, like
with all the
Steve Harris or something like that. It's like a weird kind of
with Anthrax's 40th anniversary that's come up. They've had the series of videos on YouTube where they're basically kind of doing a retrospective and interviewing everybody that's ever been in the band, and kind of like, you know, just kind of talking about everything. And I'd never really thought about I never really understood, I guess, the dynamics of the band.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of time what makes it work well is when you've got somebody that's like Joey Belladonna has not written anything.
Nothing. Yeah.
But vocal lines.
Okay.
He'll take like whatever Scott or whoever comes up with stuff and gives it to him. Like that's a different level of that I think a lot of time doesn't get appreciated. That they're just like, oh, they're just skating by, they're not doing anything. Like, no, they've got the chops, but I think it's probably better that they're not doing lyrics sometimes, because they've got they bring something else to the party that's not necessarily that anybody else could do in the band, and choices that nobody else would make, because he's, you know, got this more of like a foreigner kind of vocal presentation that doesn't really on the surface work with that band. But when it's all mixed together, and that's what I think my biggest takeaway with Solitude Aeturnus is that everybody on their own seems kind of like, meh, but together is where they shine.
Yeah.
Like if you just listen to the isolated guitar track, you'd be like, that's cool, but that's pretty stock. And even like the, you know, the drumming and might sometimes sound like it's coming from a different band, because the double bass comes out of nowhere, which I think is great. I love it.
Sure.
And even like sometimes they sound like they're in a different band, but mashing all that together sometimes is like a magical thing that makes them super unique to me.
Yeah, and I think you know, John will say it over and over through some of the different clips that his like impetus for writing is to make music he would want to hear if he like walked into like a record store or whatever. Like he just
timeless metal music.
Timeless metal music. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know, which we heard in the opening there too.
And that really kind of cements. That makes so much more sense.
Sure. Yep. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, I think they unfairly are, like, people would talk about them and say, "Oh, they kind of have some like power metal elements." I'm like, I don't think it. I think it's like timeless traditional metal. That's like where they're, you know, they want you to be able to pull this record out in 10 years and be like, it's just fucking good. It's heavy.
It's more Manowar than Halloween or something.
Sure, something like that. You know, or at least like later kind of mid-era Halloween or something. But
yeah.
I just said, you know, if you don't think Perez and Rivera are one of the great doom guitar duos ever, just wait for the fucking solo that you're going to hear in Dream of Immortality. It's just, you know, basically, I just said, if this doesn't convince, nothing that's going to be said in the next like 3 to 4 hours is going to be there. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, if it doesn't hit you here, you know, I guess you're in for a weird ride. But
you can always push the stop button.
Yeah,
too,
I hope not, because I think we're, you know,
I think most we got a couple. I don't remember I think I forwarded it to you. I don't know if we talked about it on the show, but there was a couple where people were like, yeah, you know, I didn't really like Vitus, but I listen to the whole thing and I appreciate them more now, or kind of understand them more. But there's like some apprehension, which is, it's cool that there was apprehension, but people like, well, we trust you, so we want to hear what you have to say about it.
I remember getting like some feedback from people that really liked like the Vitus or whatever, but they didn't like the opening song of like In Solitude, so they just didn't go. And you know, I guess I might, if that was you and you're hearing this, like the Sister's so weird, and that's what we opened up with. Give it a chance, because I think the ride of In Solitude is, and we get into some like deep conversations on like weird feminism aspects in metal, and I think it's a cool episode, even if like maybe you don't dig some of the gothier kind of elements of their third record, but I think you'll love their middle record. It's if you like Maiden and shit like that, you know what I mean? If you're a Nawabum fan and Merciful Fate, like,
I get sometimes you're not in the mood, but maybe put it on, keep it downloaded and check it out sometime when you got extra time.
Yep. So, but I get it. You know, it's not for everyone. You know, and neither is this. You know, not everybody's like a Doom fan either.
It's true.
There might be people like, oh shit, these guys. That's why we're trying to mix it up, so it's not the same type of Doom too. Like, this is different.
This might be the longest stretch of American bands we've done in a long time.
Yeah, I know. Well, thrash series, but yeah.
But timeline wise, these are all we launched. These shows, those were like an hour and a half shows.
2.5. Yeah, we got to like 2.5 or so. Yeah. That was when we would kind of like started to push the boundaries a little bit.
When we threw our stopwatch away.
Yes. But all the ingredients are here. I said from the opening riff, that
Eastern riff.
I was trying to figure out where it came from. It's from a Candlemass song. I said maybe Mirror Mirror, Demon's Gate. It's somewhere in that like realm that it's so familiar, but yet I went back and like would listen to Candlemass songs, but like, it's not that one, it's not that. But I'd like heard it in my head.
It's like reminiscent of,
exactly.
Not exactly
it's like an
same
echo of like a Candlemass riff or something. But
I mean, there's shades of like what Amorphous would later do with that type of Eastern.
Yes, riff. I hear a lot of that. Even early Cathedral is kind of in there too.
There's that Zisma like convulse riff, Metallica chug thing going on.
Yep. Robert Lowe's kind of doing his like Ronnie James Dio-isms on display. That's a big, I gotta imagine, influence for him. You know.
What you said, the dude from Manowar.
Was Eric Adams. I think John will say that in one of the clips about inspiration.
I know, obviously not influence, but I think him and Hansi Kirsch from Blind Guardian have the same vocal range.
Yep.
Like especially when they strain their voice a little bit.
Hansi goes more into like the Freddie Mercury kind of territory sometimes, but yeah, I can see that.
But they have like the same, there might be dealing with the same like equipment, but it's been, nurtured in a different way.
Out of context too, out of the blue, Mark sent me a text and just says, does Rob Lowe have a Hansi thing going on? He didn't say vocally, he just said a Hansi thing going on, and I was like, I'm thinking of Rob Lowe from Parks and Rec and movies and shit. I'm like, and I'm going, yeah, like I've seen pictures, like now that Hansi is like shorter hair now. So I sent it back like a smiley face. I'm like, yeah, I guess I could see that. And I was like, what an absurd, like I was like, he must have just been looking at Solitude Aeturnus pictures and like something came out or whatever. It was just the weirdest kind of thing that threw me off. And then I go, oh, he's probably talking about Robert Lowe from fucking or no, I knew you weren't looking at Solitude Aeturnus then. I was thinking Blind Guardian pictures. You saw a picture of Hansi and but for the record, I do think Hansi Kirsch and Rob Lowe the actor, they have similar elements,
Hansi could be maybe a stand-in.
There you go.
Rob Lowe's a much more handsome guy.
Yeah, he's very handsome. Yes. There's but it was a weird.
But Hansi could sing his ass off.
He can. Rob cannot, probably, I'm assuming, but
who knows? I mean, who knows? Actors are crazy.
But I love like near the end of this song, there's a breakdown that comes off of Lowe's vocal part that he holds this note at the 620 part that sets up this really nice kind of emotive ending. And I love when vocals sort of hold a note and then the music is doing stuff underneath. Sometimes it's not just like playing like a feedback riff, but it's actually like still doing like complicated things, and it's very cool. So fun song, Dream of Immortality, probably my favorite off this first record. It's hard to say.
They're another band that's really focused on time changes. Like to a comment, I made a rubric that we'll get into a little bit later about how they make songs, because every song that would happen, I was like, they did it again. They did it again.
Yeah.
They did it again. Like, but it's not like they figured out what worked and they kept going with it. It wasn't like, okay, if we do this, we can just kind of skate through this thing.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of tempo shifts and time shifts and things like that, Destiny Falls to Ruin. I said, at times, sometimes it's a little repetitive in the chorus, but I dig the tempo shift in the second part. I said, the vibe of the record is so bleak. I said, to me, it's like Force of Equilibrium with hardly any speed. Whereas Beyond, the next record, has like an ethereal thing where it's like got more variety, a little bit more speed, things like that. So I think the thrashier part that happens at the 2:45 mark of Destiny Falls to Ruin is kind of a welcome respite. You know, short bursting solo, cool double bass that creates a really nice groove. It's just a kind of fun tune.
Did you recognize the Ministry break?
I did not know.
Where it sounds like something off like Psalm 69. Where
shit.
The guitar riff, at least that's what it reminded me of.
Like a Just One Fix or like NWO.
I can't think of exactly what it was, but when I was listening to it, I was like, holy shit. It just like, it was
the
one
riff,
of the time
the riff that you just did sounded like Stigmata from Land of Rape and Honey. Da-na-na-na,
I don't know if that was the riff.
Yeah.
It was like that type of Ministry.
Type of just sharp
where
Ministry
the drums
riff.
Like, do, and then the guitar's coming through.
I'll be looking for that now. Yeah.
Another, where was the breathy fantasy phrasing I liked that is like very, like Hansi gets really dramatic with his presentation of stuff. Like,
Nightfall, some of that sort of stuff. Yeah.
And I wouldn't even, I wouldn't throw them in the power metal thing just because.
No, I think they transcend it too.
I think they do too. And he's just all that stuff he's doing is more reminiscent of like Freddie Mercury, I think.
It's like theatrical.
Yeah.
And power metal
it's
has
like modern
theatrics.
Opera or something.
Yeah. Well, power metal likes to think of itself sometimes as like his modern opera.
Well, like in a good way of like really like big, huge ideas. And,
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I knew what you meant for sure.
Not like Luca Turilli kind of like,
sure.
I want to shoot myself in the face.
There's some pomposity there. It's just like too much, you know?
Yeah.
It's like the Michael Bay of pomposity or something going on there. But yeah, it's a good tune, Destiny Falls to Ruin. And then we get one of the original Solitude Aeturnus tunes, going back to their early demos, which they've kind of reformulated through the years, but Mirror of Sorrow. I just said Robert Lowe gets to really put his talent on display here with this melancholy doom ballad. To me, it's kind of out of this like Sign of the Southern Cross, like Dio, Mob Rules, kind of. It's got that sort of vibe to it. Aching, epic, emotive. I know Mark might disagree with me, but it recalls kind of, I think, the best kind of Queensryche, Halford.
I have
Maiden
right here, it says
things.
Certainly start sourful, very Candlemass / Priest, dare I say Queensryche. Some Tateisms showing themselves, but Lowe is a better singer.
There you go.
In my opinion.
Yeah. I think I can definitely tell that Lowe is more like up your alley. He's
more my taste of a singer. I'm sure Jeff Tate's a talented guy, but he just doesn't do anything for me.
Sure. And especially this is where I hear metal churches watch the children play. Just there's like a weird vocal melody that he does that's just like the watch the children play. It's just got that whatever he does. There's a really cool little guitar harmonics that they do at the end of his verses. Around 306 if you want, and I'll show you in the off time, that make me melt and swoon. They're just really fucking subtle, and I started to pick up on them on like the third or fourth kind of listen. And then again, like Mark mentioned, a well-earned kind of tempo shift breakdown like the 3:15 mark. This is where I noticed parts of the solo, it's got to be Edgar, are very Lynchian in this song.
You know, I've got a thing in here that says this is kind of Dokken was a doom band.
There it is. Fuck, man. Great minds think alike. Before the aching, emotional second solo, which I got to imagine is John. So I think if the first solo has like that technicality, and then John, I think, brings a little bit more of the traditional kind of emotional type solos and stuff. And I just said the acoustic parts work so fucking well, whereas I think they'd be too melodramatic with most bands. But like in this band, it just sort of works on some level.
Well, I think I told you off mic, but the only thing that Robert's vocals are missing for me, is I wish he could hit the like the King Diamond falsetto just one octave up. He does it. No, that was the last show we were doing, the octave shift up. But sometimes he does it a little bit, but usually when he goes high, like when Hansi does it now, it's more of like almost reverts down to a lower register, or it makes it he has a little bit more like graveliness to his voice when he goes higher instead of that clean, bellow, which in a couple of my notes here I wrote down that's just one thing I would love to hear.
Well, it's really interesting. I think there's other interesting parts on the album that I'll mention in a second, but you bring up Robert's vocals and stuff like that, and I thought in Chris's Hall of Fame interview, he asks about Robert's vocal lines and how incredible they are and how do they come into the songwriting picture. And Lowe says pretty much after a few practices, it usually takes a few run-throughs. These might be one of those magical moments, but it was mostly like, I got the music, I got the vocals, and I'm going with it. Now, confidence and cocky are two different things. I'm not cocky, but I know what I can do and what I can't do. And then Lyle says, when I present the lyrics, sometimes I would have a melody in mind, which I would express to Robert, but much of the time he just took a shot at it and it sounded great. So this gets back to what you were kind of talking about the different roles that vocalists have to play. Even if they're not writing the lyrics, they got to somehow figure out a way to sort of work it in. He says, we would learn a few riffs of a song and Robert would just take the lyrics and try some stuff. So it usually came out pretty quickly once we had the music part written. By that time, Robert and I had played in bands together for nearly a decade, so this is kind of cool. We started out in a hardcore punk band called The Holy in 1983 and eventually shifted to metal around 86, forming a band called Graven Image. I'd always written the lyrics and he had sung them, starting with Graven Image, so we had a very symbiotic relationship that made songwriting fairly easy for us. His voice always made my lyrics sound so cool. I remember getting chills sometimes when I first heard them come to life. Sometimes we would work all of this out as a complete group, and sometimes Robert and I would work on the lyrics together before getting with the rest of the guys. I can remember the two of us working on, then he kind of goes on from there. So I thought it was cool that, like, because these guys go so far back that he knew what he was writing that Robert was capable of doing and vice versa and stuff like that. So it was almost like I'm sure like that's with like Steve and Bruce. I'm sure like Steve knows what he's doing to write for Bruce's
like Geezer and Ozzy.
Yeah.
Like Geezer didn't ever write vocal lines, but Ozzy always came up with interesting vocal lines based on the words. So that's, I used to have like kind of not have as much respect for vocalists that didn't do anything or vocalists that didn't play another instrument. Mm-hmm. I was like, especially in death metal, I was like, come on, what the fuck? Like, you're just growling here.
Yeah. That's a different. That might be a valid argument sometimes.
Yeah, I could not sing like Rob, because Rob Lowe's playing full voice.
Yeah,
he's not doing any. He's like Dio full voice, singing from the diaphragm. He's not doing this like throaty thing at all. It's like that's real power singing ability there.
There's one other song if we had more time to play called Transcending Sentinels, and there's a part in the intro to that song on this record that they create this weird atmosphere in the intro that it was weird. I'll need to play it for you so you see if I'm crazy or not. That reminds me of like the ideas that Emperor would use on like anthems. It's like it's very weird. I know you were like listening to this kind of album just like without paying attention to the tracks and stuff.
Yeah.
But
until I didn't know.
Yeah, and again, I didn't pick this as a song, but it was just like another song that I was like, oh man, if there was another song, I don't know if the rest of the song is my favorite necessarily, but just that intro I thought was a really, again, weird musical choices and stuff. So, but let's get into it. We're going to hear from John once again, and then we're going to get into a trio of tunes from Into the Depths of Sorrow. We've got Dream of Immortality, The Destiny Falls to Ruin, and then Mirror of Sorrow. And then we'll come out with Plague of Procreation from Beyond the Crimson Horizon. We'll talk more about that album, and John will as well. And then we'll come back and chat about all that stuff. So enjoy.
When I started the band, it was really important to me that we maintained a very open mind to different styles of metal and music to bring into the soup, so to speak. So yes, the obvious influences were some of the really slower, heavier bands of the day, which again, there was so few of them. But starting with the classics like Sabbath and Priest, and I was weaned on a really steady diet of 70s hard rock and heavy metal. So I was way into, Judas Priest and Uriah Heep, UFO, all that stuff from the 70s, all of it. I was, as a young kid, I was way into that stuff, and I ate it up. And so I kept looking for harder and heavier stuff as time went on. And in the early 80s, we started getting that. I remember looking for bands that sounded like Sabbath, and I really couldn't find anybody. The first band I found would have been really early, like in probably 82 actually, which was Witchfinder General. And I picked up the Soviet Invasion EP they had done, and I hadn't heard any band that sounded similar to Sabbath for the most part up until that point. So they blew me away. But there was Witchfinder General. You had Trouble, Saint Vitus, of course. And then, of course, Candlemass was an influence. There's no doubt about it. I bought the Epicus album when it came out. Prior to that, I was seeking other bands, and I actually found, before Epicus came out, I actually ordered their demo tape that I saw advertised in the back of a zine. And so it was the demo they did, the Witchcraft demo that they did, 4 songs on there. And I remember ordering that and began a relationship with Leif and the guys in Candlemass. I got to know them pretty well fairly quickly. I don't know how much fan mail they were getting from the U.S. back then, but I hit them up and was a huge fan because they really hit the nail on the head. They were doing what I was wanting to hear for a long time, which was really doomy and seriously epic heavy metal music. They stripped the blues influences out of their music, and I thought that was great. As much as I love Trouble and Vitus, those guys, some, not all of it, but a lot of the root of what they do is based more in the pentatonic blues scales. A lot of stuff that Sabbath did, not all, mind you, but Candlemass were so different than that. So yes, they were a huge influence, but yeah, there were so many other musical influences on me personally that were not doom bands, because again, there weren't that many. But yeah, early Fates Warning for sure. I mean, especially Awaken the Guardian. I consider that to be a milestone record that's got a lot of doom in it. They're tuned down a little bit on that record. And it's just got riff for riff. It's just non-stop. And so what a great record, because that combined everything, all styles into one. So that is, by the way, my favorite metal record of all time, Awaken the Guardian. So yeah, it's no mistake, and it's not wrong to accuse us of sounding like Fates Warning, because we were trying to, or a little bit. I wasn't trying to be Fates Warning, but we were trying to grab a little bit of what they were doing. So many other bands played into the sound, bands like Metal Church, Sabotage for sure was a huge impact on us. Other metal, just regular metal, was affecting the songwriting somewhat. Bands that were not metal were also key to the formation and the ongoing songwriting process of Solitude. One band that I was hugely into at the beginning and throughout really was Dead Can Dance. I was very much into all of their material, and up to that point there was, I think, 3 records out, 3 or 4. But we were way into that, so the early Dead Can Dance records were actually a humongous influence on Solitude's music. A lot of people don't know that, but I can give you one clue as to just how much of an influence they were, at least on me, and the rest of the guys too were really liking them. But the title of one of their songs on their second album, Spleen and Ideal, was De Profundus, out of the depths of sorrow. So I was listening to that one night thinking how incredible it was, and it just dawned on me that, we were going into the depths of sorrow. So it hit me like a ton of bricks, and that became our album title of the debut album. It's direct from direct influence and input from Dead Can Dance. So they were a huge influence as well. A lot of non-metal stuff we listened to as well, just trying to incorporate a different sound into the Solitude way of writing songs. And so anyway, yeah, I mean, I guess that kind of sums it up. I mean, there was non-musical, you asked me about non-musical influences, and this sounds crazy, man, but this is true, and it sounds a little self-absorbed, because you'd read about the black metal guys where they talk about going out into the forest, getting all grim. Well, I kind of did the same thing in the early days of Solitude. I was really influenced by really kind of cloudy, rainy days and just, dismal days. I would just kind of sit and meditate on it. I know it sounds corny, but it's kind of true. And it is true. I would put my Walkman on sometimes and go out into this little foresty area we had close by the house. And if it was raining, even better, just find some place to sit, get out of the rain and just kind of listen to the rain and watch it, and sometimes listen to music along with it, sometimes not. But that had a little influence on me, just thinking about things in general. And heavier doom metal just lent itself to a little bit more kind of intellectual approach, if you will, to making metal music. And so, I don't know, that's, there was some non-musical influences in there as well. There was certainly a lot of psychedelics influencing my head at that time, opening my head up to different possibilities. So, yeah, lots of non-musical influences. Robert's vocal influences, well, for the traditional ones, I know that he's very much into Eric Adams from Manowar, was a huge influence on him. He loved his voice. He also loved Klaus Meine from the Scorpions, which is a huge band for all of us, too. We're all huge Scorpions fans from the very early stuff all the way up into the early 80s stuff especially. But so those are a couple of Robert's main rock vocal influences. He was also into, Middle Eastern music as well. I believe his mom was a belly dancer, and so he had a lot of Middle Eastern music and records laying around, and he really liked that a lot. That's why he was able to incorporate that so well. And I was very much into that style and sound as well, and so we worked very well together with regards to that. But yeah, Robert's influences were wide and varied as well.
took my place as wise men do. As the storm prepared its release, the raging winds and weeping skies, outside in
to separate them, I suppose in the first album, the influences and the thinking and the approach was what I've mentioned before, which is, my intent, and the other guys were definitely on board with this, but my intent with the band from the beginning was to create what I thought was timeless heavy metal music that could stand the test of time in a time capsule, maybe. And it was very, varied, and different, and not one-track minded, and not afraid to do things that are a little different. Not worried about fitting into any current trends, just doing what we knew was good and was going to be good heavy metal music. And so that was the thinking and the approach, especially for the first record, because we had, 3 years that led up to the recording of that. We recorded that album in 1990, but it didn't get released until 91, almost a year and a half after we'd recorded it. But so I had 3 years myself up to that point. But that was the thinking and the approach to Into the Depths. Now, so to answer the question further, the thinking and the approach was different on Beyond the Crimson Horizon. We gave it a lot of thought. We really liked what we did on the first record, but we felt that as far as the live environment went, we needed some songs that were maybe more up-tempo, a little more aggressive, and something that would translate a little bit better into the live scenario. We all came from hardcore punk backgrounds and thrash metal backgrounds and intense metal backgrounds. We were doing that in the early to mid-'80s too, and so we still had a lot of that inside of us, and so we were very aggressive on stage, and we translated that material live with a lot of power and energy. And I think to maximize that, we created some songs that were more suited towards a live environment. So if you listen to the songs that are on the second album, they're a little bit more aggressive, a little more energized, a little more charged, and that was definitely a purposeful decision. That was what our thinking was on that, and I think it worked well, because those songs really were great songs to play live back in the heyday, I suppose, in the early 90s. They came across really powerful. So that was the thinking on both those records, just to move forward with both of those in different respects, move forward with Into the Depths in terms of what was going on with the metal scene back then, and try to do something a little different. And then with Beyond, it was trying to do something different within our own framework of what we were doing.
That was Plague of Procreation, Mirror of Sorrow, Destiny Falls to Ruin, and then we kicked things off with Dream of Immortality. Plague of Procreation, here we are, Beyond the Crimson Horizon. What are your thoughts on that song? And then we'll kind of get into the album overall, which is the one Decibel wrote about, so we have some pretty good stuff on it.
Yeah, for Plague, my notes are kind of goof. It reminds me of Death Meets Mastodon. Mm-hmm. Fuck yeah, drummer. He plays double bass like he loves it. Yep. The drums are the most complicated playing in like the whole, like out of any player. The drums are overly complicated for what the song is, but I really love how that
I've got a great quote works. About the drums coming up from John. So
it's an awkward time signature. Mm-hmm. Really killer kicks. I'm just basically talking about the drumming. Epic metal, fucking sword and skulls rolling down hills shit.
Yeah. You can see where like Gates of Slumber comes from. You know what I mean? Like on some level.
Gives you a bunch. I don't know what that means. Gives you a bunch more at the end.
Probably just that kind of killer ending.
Okay.
Yep. No, here's what John said. He said, if you listen to the main riffs and take the drum beat away, it sounds like something from Death's Leprosy. It was a total death metal song, but the drum part is unorthodox. The ending is one of my favorites ever. It almost brings tears to my eyes. Nobody sounded like that. We were daring to be different. We didn't want to be sacified with mediocrity. So,
well, they succeeded at that.
Yeah, they're definitely not mediocre in any regards.
The double. Anytime the song was starting to get kind of samey or be like a repetitive thing, double kicks would go in, or the time signature would change. Sometimes the drums would like go double speed. Nothing else would change. Yeah, but it like adds this propulsion to the music that a lot of Doom didn't have, and I think that's why the Funeral Doom thing in general doesn't do a whole lot for me, because of just the ploddingness.
It's just so plodding,
and that's kind of the point. but sometimes I want to hear the propulsiveness, like of double bass, is something that really kind of got me into extreme metal and thrash to begin with.
Well, even like Mind Rot would do like crazy drum shit.
Yeah,
even
or like
though it would be like
fills or
kind
something,
of funeral sort of aspects.
Yeah.
I'm sure if we like plumb Funeral Doom a little bit, there's probably parts where like I just haven't. You and I have not spent time on Funeral Doom. Chris loves it, and that's great. It's like one of the oddities, like, and I know that there's something there.
To be honest,
yeah, it's always. I think it's a time attention span thing for me, maybe.
Well, and it's like, what's the atmosphere to enjoy the music? Is it something you should sit down and like hold the cover and play play the whole album and sit there and not do anything else?
Maybe, I don't know if it's like house cleaning, kind of where it just becomes like kind of not background. I know Chris drives to it a lot, and he just kind of has like kind of transcendent. And I get that, having driven with like Neurosis, where you like lose time because it's like repetitive or ominous or something like that. You know, I'm always afraid I'd fucking fall asleep listening to Funeral Doom or something when I'm driving. But
yeah, like just stuff that's beyond slow. Except like that's like Force of Equilibrium is super slow, but Mike Smell's doing fast drum fills and stuff, so it kind of.
And maybe that's there.
Counters
it's just like we haven't listened to the right albums, or like
But like Thurgothan record, I've tried to listen to like 3 times. I'm just like never in the mood.
Doesn't do it. Yeah.
I got to be like in the right. Maybe get hammered and have like Scott Korber hang out and tell me like what I'm missing.
Yeah.
Like, dude, this spot right here, and you're like, oh
yeah.
But like Evoken is, I guess, considered that sometimes. But
but they're
way more varied.
Yeah,
they have way more like brideisms and stuff to them. So.
Like even like Unholy, there's some parts of Unholy I dig a little bit and stuff too. You know, I guess maybe we just have to force the mood or something. I don't know.
Maybe we'll do it together with a notepad.
There you go.
And we'll not talk to each other the whole record.
Yep.
And then compare notes at the end.
Exactly. So Chris, I'll kind of share a little bit more of what Chris said in the intro. Now that we're actually at Beyond the Crimson Horizon. He says, yet Solitude Aeturnus were unlike forebears and contemporaries across the pond. They were raw, almost unhinged in places. Nevertheless, moored by the superiority of lead-off track Seeds of the Desolate, which we already heard, the brilliance of guitarists John Perez and Edgar Rivera, and of course frontman Robert Lowe's stratospheric yet gritty vocals, I was hooked. They were heavy calm in a death metal storm. So slowly and surely, my duped copy of Beyond became my go-to between classes gospel. Oh, he does bring up, I forgot to mention this. He says, when I first heard Beyond in my high school earth sciences class. Did you have earth science together with him?
No.
Okay, so it was immediately striking. Yeah, that's what he said. So he said there were bits of Metal Church, Testament, Sabotage, and others. Yep, so I forgot to bring that part up.
Yeah,
he said,
Chris was always more of a thrash and traditional heavy metal guy than I was.
Yep, absolutely. He said tracks like The Hourglass, Plague of Procreation, which you just heard, and The Final Sin ensured Solitude Aeturnus continuous rotation. From here on, Solitude Aeturnus will never return to despair. The Hall of Fame swings open its mighty doors for the unsung, unheralded, and nearly forgotten greatness that is Beyond the Crimson Horizon. So Roadrunner Records, if anybody's listening, please reissue the shit on vinyl because it's goddamn expensive. Yeah, Mark was looking at some prices. Christ. It's not good. If anybody's got it on vinyl wants to donate it to the cause, let us know. Yeah, I mean, I'll never resell it. I'll tell you that. Yep. That was the thing I told Jason today. Like, this point going forward in my life, I'm not selling anything. I always, as far as like, I'll sell a house or something, but as far as like my media is concerned, because we always end up regretting it. I always end up rebuying shit. Just like, if you really need the $20 so bad or $100, just like save it and don't be an asshole. Absolutely. Especially if it's like obscure metal. Like I could sell some mainstream things and I could buy that again if I needed to. You know? But yeah, overall with Beyond, I guess like if you're comparing it to the debut, it's faster, it's a little more cohesive. It's more dynamic songs overall. They're trying some things. The production's a little better. Yeah, I said, some like Decibel see this as the crowning achievement. Personally, I'd argue it's this or the next record. It just kind of depends on the mood. But I have some personal attachments to the next record too. Sure. You can hear some of those more aggressive elements in that opener that we opened the whole show up. Seeds of the Desolate. It's tighter, more crisp production, especially according to Lyle. He called it kind of crisper production. But once again, obviously the Candlemass and Sabbath elements are there. I hear this is where I start hearing a little bit more of the 70s Priests and Scorpions and Metal Church stuff. There's a song that we're not playing, but it's great, called Beneath the Fading Sun, that has a little bit of that. And I want to share you another kind of comment, and this comes from the Doom Metal special that Mark did the cover for Decibel Magazine. And Solitude came in at number 32, right next door to Journey into Mystery from Dream Death.
Wow, what?
Who exactly? We didn't fucking plan
the same
that.
order, huh?
Yep, same fucking order. So,
well, I guess we've got a lot of shared DNA with this.
Exactly. But Sean McComber did the write-up, and I thought it was kind of brilliant because it is so much like when you're comparing Into the Depths and beyond. So here we go. He says, compare and contrast Into the Depths of Sorrow and this record long enough, and you'll soon realize that while, yes, early 90s Solitude Aeturnus owe a serious debt to Candlemass, in retrospect, it's no surprise that vocalist Robert Lowe eventually wound up fronting the Swedish Doom Legends from 2007 to 2012. The more apt analogy might actually be to the 1948 Ford Super Deluxe Mr. Miyagi gift at Danielson in The Karate Kid. Which is to say, anyone possessing a modicum of good taste understood the implicit brilliance locked within the grooves of the uber heavy doom meets nasty thrash meets powerhouse operatic vocalizing full-length debut. Record it for a mere $3,000 in 7 short days. But somewhere between Depths and its stellar follow-up, Solitude Aeturnus developed some serious wax-on, wax-off skills. In a foundational sense, the albums are not all that different. When it came to presentation, though, the refined Beyond brought a deft nuance, unalloyed sheen, and regal swagger so potent that every living motherfucker, whether they preferred to or not, had to recognize the pure transcendent elegance when it metaphorically pulled up outside the arcade, speakers blaring. A serious crane kick to the face, and doubters who contended that orchestral American doom would never drag metalheads into the melancholic abyss. So we talk about Cobra Kai a lot on this show, so I thought that was very apt for some of our metaphors and things kind of happening there, you know. But yeah, this is a great record. I mean, it's like I said, neck and neck for me with this and the third one. You know, the tune we're going to kind of kickstart things off here in a moment is Black Castle, and you know, I immediately noticed like the kind of faster tempos with that opening riff and some of the killer double bass stuff. You know, Lyle says there weren't many doom bands to play with, especially in the US, so we often played with prog and death metal bands. I think a little of that rubbed off on us, and it played into the songwriting on Beyond the Crimson Horizon. And so I think, you know, you're hearing death riffs. In a moment, we're going to talk about, you know, bolt thrower riffs and stuff like that. I mean, we're talking about, you know, so I think it is interesting that for a band that has like an operatic kind of, you know, lead vocalist, that they have these like kind of extreme elements that sort of, you know, sneak into their songs and stuff, I think is really cool, you know?
I think on Black Castle, I think his vocals are kind of right off the bat are kind of next level.
Yeah.
From, you know, what we previously heard him do. And, you know, the drums, there's a weird, because once Bob Rock started recording Metallica for the Black Album, he pushed Lars in a way that he'd never really been pushed before. Mm-hmm. And I think the kind of playing like the real like a lot of air in the songs in general, where there's like actually room to breathe through everything. That's what this drum performance really reminded me of. It's like of that. I'd watched that year and a half of Metallica. That's the one with
the VHS.
That's the recording of the Black Album, isn't it?
For sure. Yeah, it's that live shit binge and purge.
Yeah, I watched that so many fucking times when I was younger. So like the playing, that's what it reminded me of. Just Lars sitting there with his headphones on with a sweatband over the top of the headphones. Yeah. And just, you know, blasting away. But
yeah, no, it's a cool kind of memory and illusion, I think. The thing I noticed in this song, besides that just opening riff that just is killer, is the midsection in the solo is like, it's really upbeat, which is kind of interesting for a doom metal song, you know. And again, they're bringing all these different elements in, but, you know, so I don't think you would have heard that on Into the Depths of Sorrow. I mean, just the name of the album, you know what I mean? Like
the sad dude under a bridge.
Yeah. I mean, this has got kind of a different vibe altogether to it, you know?
Yeah.
And then, you know, it came upon one night. It has this really kind of unique main doom riff that, you know, it's got these bass slides underneath that makes it sort of feel really weird. You know, like they're doing these like little kind of slides on the bass that, like, you know, Gene Simmons or, you know, someone else.
He's probably the most well-known.
It's not as overt as his, but like they're very subtle. And I think like the part where Lowe's singing is like being mixed with that kind of fantasy talking underneath. Yeah. About halfway through is, I don't know. It's just a different element to it. I dig it a lot. I don't know what you had to say about this song, but
I think this is where I first made that point of that I expressed earlier about separately everything seems kind of maybe almost dull, but putting it together everything really kind of shines. They have a way of really picking, like, because what Metallica did in the Black Album was take metal riffs and I think make them their most simple, basic, kind of best.
Queens of the Stone Age kind of approach.
Yeah, and I think they kind of did that here. There's some Metallica light lyrics or riffs, and then what Amorphous would go on to do with the more Eastern style scales, but then the octave apart lead thing is happening. Love the arbitrariness of the drums, where it seems like they don't necessarily follow what would be like the normal decision to make with that. They're just kind of doing their own thing, which I think really helps propel that music forward.
It's funny because before John mentioned, because we didn't hear those clips until today, so these notes I've had for a few days, I wrote that a lot of the vocals in this remind me of early Manowar. And here we go, that he loved Eric Adams, you know, and even and not the quality of the voice, but the style of like Sirith Ungol or Manila Road or something like that. Yeah. You know, those early like fantasy metal albums of the early 80s or something it's definitely in the DNA here. Sure. Even like, and it's got to be probably Edgar, some of the stuff he does with the riffs remind me like Legacy Testament, like Skolnick types, like riff patterns or something like that. I think
the songwriting is like, it's like up there with anybody. Yeah. And I think if their level of songwriting is way higher than where they're at in the strata of heavy metal. Yeah. Like they're writing really great, powerful, they could be like pop songs.
I know. Yeah.
Like that sensibility of the arrangements and stuff.
And there's a riff at 450 I just wrote that's one of the most indelible doom riffs ever crafted. I think everyone should be fucking headbanging to that riff, and I can't play it right for you here, but like you'll hopefully know it, so just kind of be on the lookout for that. Lovecraftian kind of lyrics here too, you know. Apocalypse is born, nightmares will begin, and I just wrote so many killer riffs. It's just like riff after riff after riff. Really great stuff here. This is also, I think it's kind of interesting, Fenriz just did, I think it was for Revolver magazine, he just did his like countdown on like his top 5 favorite like doom metal albums of all time, and this was in his top 5, and he said amazing vocalist here, Robert Lowe. This is how it goes when thrashers start to play doom metal. Perfect, of course. It's not so charming when someone just collects all the doom metal in the world and decides to just worship the slow tempo. It's way more charming when these guys struggled to break out of the thrash modus of the late 80s and they go against the grain to create some of the finest doom out there, unhindered by awful drum sound on both first albums. I have to remember to listen to their third album, Through the Darkest Hour, more. The vocals on here ultimately inspired a lot of my singing for the Isengard project a lot, and I was busy recording songs for that project while discovering Solitude Aeturnus. So,
I mean, for Fenriz to give a compliment about the drums is pretty huge. Yeah. Because he hates death metal clicky drums more than almost anything in the world.
So,
said the 70s is the best drum production. I would probably have to agree.
I almost, I can kind of hear what he's kind of talking
about.
The
clickiness, the typewriter drums don't bother me quite as much as they do him, but for I've never heard him make a compliment about any double bass drumming before.
There you go.
Usually he's just the like the more grimness.
Yes, he kind of likes that rock and roll kind of elements to it. So, and then last but not least, from Beyond the Dark, Crimson Horizon, is the Hourglass, and I got a little quote from here from John that I found, and then John also talks about this song in one of the quotes that we're going to be sort of playing as well. He says, "It's funny, though. I don't think anyone caught on at the time, but the main riff in this was inspired by Bolt Thrower. I was trying to mimic them. I remember hearing them for the first time. I was like, holy shit, this is beyond heavy. We need to get with the program." So, pretty fun. It's got a lot of Middle Eastern notes.
That's
and vibes.
exactly what I thought the first time I heard Bolt
I got to
Thrower.
get with the fucking program.
Well, no, I just like, this is fucking heavy. Fuck everything else.
Yeah.
I'm focusing on this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope you, in your brain somewhere, you're like, I got to get with the fucking program.
Because I was like,
it's like a
there's
wake-up
shit
call.
like this out here, I got to figure out what,
Yeah.
It's
like a paradigm shift.
Well, that was
happened.
the when me and
Was it
Chris
Realm
had
of
an English
Chaos?
class together.
Okay.
Yeah. And I knew Realm of Chaos just because of fucking Games Workshop.
Yeah.
But yeah, like everybody was like, oh, check this out. This is, Testament, the Souls of Black. I was like, oh, check this out.
Check this out.
I was like,
Did it
what
just
the
like melt
fuck?
his skull? Yeah.
It was just like we'd never heard anything that was that like fucking. I played World Eater.
Yeah,
like
World
you
Eater.
gotta fucking hear this, dude.
I remember getting that cassette tape. You guys it must have been one of your guys' copies that you sold. when
Oh
you
yeah, because
upgraded.
I was upgrading to CDs.
That was in my car for a long time. My truck, in high school, just like World Eater all the time. Yep.
Dan it. I think that Perez did a really good job.
Yeah, it captures it.
I mean, it sounds like something off like Those Once Loyal or something. It's actually predates.
Yeah,
What Bolt Thrower would go on to
the
sound
kind of
like.
cleaner Bolt Thrower sound.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, lots of Middle Eastern notes and vibes throughout, which is going to come into more prominence on Through the Darkest Hour, the next record.
It always works good in heavy metal.
Yeah. I mean, Amorphous, obviously,
King
will
Diamond.
run with it.
Yeah.
I actually mention Amorphous a lot in the Through the Darkest Hour songs because I'm getting a lot of elegy vibes from some of the stuff
Yeah.
that they're kind of doing. The drumming reminds me of some of the stuff that like Peaceful 3 styled with its weird time delays mixed with kind of extreme thrashy death speed.
Yeah.
It's like we were talking about off mic, like how weird My Dying Bride's drum style was. It's just like, what? Like it
But
didn't,
yet, even after Aid left, it was like it's so like integral to the band that every other drummer had to kind of mimic
just
it.
kind of do it. Yep, absolutely. So pretty wild. So let's do that, and then we're gonna hear at the end of this a tune called "Falling" from Through the Darkest Hour 2 years later, and we'll talk more about that record and that song when we sort of come back. But let's kind of wrap up Beyond the Crimson Horizon and kind of get there. So we've got Black Castle, It Came Upon One Night, and the Hourglass from the Beyond the Crimson Horizon album, and then we'll end with Falling from Through the Darkest Hour.
Man, I love those records. I love them. When you put out your first album, it's always a special thing. I think, there's probably plenty of people listening to this they're in bands and put out records themselves, so you know what I'm talking about. When you put your first record out, it's especially back in the 80s and 90s when it was more difficult to do so, and it's just always something you always remember. And I certainly had a great time recording that debut album, and I have fond memories of it. And as I view both those first two albums today, I think they're great. I mean, I love them. What can I say? I love those records. They're awesome. They're what I wanted them to be in terms of songwriting and sound for the most part. Of course, you could always get better production, but with what we had and our knowledge that we had at the time, I think we did a good job. And I always answered this the same way. I mean, I tell people that I'm my own biggest fan, and that's just first of all, to make people think that I'm some egomaniac asswipe, but also just to kind of drive home the point that if you don't love your own music and you're sharing it with people and expecting them to give up money for it, then how can you do that if you don't think that your music you're doing is worthy of somebody's attention and money? Well, I think our music is worthy of attention and money. I don't expect everybody to like it. But again, if I walked into a music store and I heard Solitude, it would be exactly what I want to hear, and I would plop down my money for that record, So I'm infinitely proud of those records, very happy with them. What can I say? I like the music that we were doing. So I think I've said that like 10 times over now. But yes, so I think they've left. And the legacy they've left, I suppose there's a legacy, but because there's so few bands that were doing this style, I suppose we're a shoe-in for the legacy because there's nobody else to compete with really at the time. And we had While Heaven Wept around doing stuff in the late 80s as well. We had Revelation. we had Penance, and we had we still had Trouble and Vitus, but there were so few bands doing heavy stuff that that we were just definitely an oddball thing throughout really most of our career. We were definitely doing things that were a little different from the rest. And as far as favorite songs from those records go, I love most of our stuff equally. But yeah, I do have songs that I favor once in a while. Some of my favorite SA songs are on those records, of course. Opaque Divinity from the first album, I think, is a quintessential song. I mean, it has everything that I would want Solitude to sound like into one song. It's just a great song, and it's everything I wanted it to sound like. And Robert sounds great on that song. Also from the first album, Dream of Immortality is another favorite of mine. It's a little longer, but that's got a combination of a lot of different things. Believe it or not, the Dead Can Dance influence was all over that song. We were trying to create kind of a Elisa Gerard from Dead Can Dance type of vocal feel to parts of it, in the chorus and the background vocals. The ending of that song was influenced by a Rush riff I heard somewheres, and it just kind of took the song out. I like that song a lot. I think that has a lot of different moves on it, and it's one of my favorite Solitude songs. The second album's got a lot of great songs too. Seeds of the Desolate is a great song that was presented to us by Lyle, and then we all kind of chipped in and pitched a little bit in on that one. So that was definitely an effort that everybody pitched in on songwriting wise, and I think it's one of our strongest songs because of that. Great live song. I like the Hourglass on that album too. That was me trying to come up with some bolt thrower riffs and not really quite making it. So it became Solitude riffs, and then became the Hourglass. And again, that's the intro to that song was very much Dead Can Dance influenced. I had tried to incorporate part of their sound into that intro, and they would do a lot of that type of stuff that you hear on the intro on Hourglass. That kind of stuff is all over Dead Can Dance records, usually with different instrumentation, but some of the same ideas like that are on there. So those are a few of my favorite songs from the early records. Although again, I love most of the songs, and I love all of our songs for the most part.
my future soul to keep. Longer than I want to know them, spawning you just feel my veins. A ritual reaction, I drop the face and play the game. I growl at familiar strangers, sat on needles there. The dust will run in anguish, like the bones inside my lair. Move, you fall, and you die. Move, you fall, and you die. Move, you fall, and you die. Move into the circle. You fall on your knees, and we die here waiting. You fall on your Move, you fall, and we die. 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 Won't somebody tell me why? Somebody please show me where. I lost that dream sensation in the split of midnight air. We melt inside our centuries, awaiting new arrivals, dressing in the shadows, like the costumes for the dying. Move, you fall, and we die. 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 Move, you fall on your knees.
That was Falling, The Hourglass, It Came Upon One Night, and Black Castle. The first three there from Beyond the Crimson Horizon, and then Falling, of course, from Through the Darkest Hour. Before we leave Beyond the Crimson Horizon behind, and we heard some more John clips there, so thank you again for that.
Yeah, they're great.
One thing that I thought was cool that Chris unearthed in the Decibel Hall of Fame is he kind of asked about Lyle's lyrics and asked what topics he was kind of capturing, and we don't often get that insight into bands. Sometimes we kind of have to guess. Chris,
or they say you figure it out yourself.
Or yeah, they're very vert. But he basically said they read a lot like fantasy on the surface, but I'm guessing there are some kind of deeper meanings. And Lyle said, well, all the lyrics do have a fairly he's talking about Beyond the Crimson Horizon. Mm-hmm. He says, do have a fairly specific message, although in a few cases I would just put together phrases that sounded apocalyptic just for the sake of being doomy. At the time, I was totally immersed in this pessimistic view that the world was doomed and it was all our fault. So I was like depression on a grand scale. However, I always like to think that there was a light at the end of the doom tunnel, so sometimes the lyrics would provide a bit of hope at the end. As far as the messages contained in the songs, they sort of go like this in order. And I think I don't have the song list. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay. So he just says 1. So Seeds of Desolate. We sowed the seeds of our own doom when man first took the life of another man. Boom. Song 2, Black Castle. The Catholic Church is evil. There we go. Song 3, The Final Sin. Money and greed is evil. Boom. Song 4, It Came Upon One Night, was written by the former vocalist, Christoph Gabehart. I think it deals with the Book of Revelations. Boom.
But
5.
the church is bad, remember that.
Yeah, exactly.
But they did some alright stuff.
5 is the Hourglass. He says, that's time is our worst enemy. Okay, makes sense. Hourglass. I get that. 6, Beneath the Fading Sun, is, look, Mom, I can write really depressing sounding lyrics that don't mean anything.
You might look at them and then call me on the phone to make sure I'm okay.
Exactly. Plague of Procreation, song 7. AIDS was a big issue at that time, so AIDS is the plague of procreation. And then 8, Beyond, was a short poem. I used to represent that song, although no lyrics were actually sung in it. I thought that was cool because it was mysterious. Also noticed that in the liner notes it says "to be continued" ... at the end. You see this on our first 3 records because all the lyric themes fit together in some way. So
that's cool.
Kind of a cool little aside about the lyrics there. So
if it was about AIDS, Plague of Procreation doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because it's not usually from.
Maybe he's acknowledging that it's
unless they're talking about like Africa or something, but
or he's talking about like I mean, it did change the perception of like safe sex and things like that too.
Sure,
sure. People weren't having casual sex by the in the 80s.
I mean, I was as a kid hearing about AIDS, I was terrified of sex, and so
Well, it's really interesting because like I try and work this into like all our episodes, but like. Even in the book on like all the kind of 80s teen comedies and stuff like that, they talk about why 90s didn't have those kind of teen comedies were for a couple of reasons. One, the internet. When porn comes out, why do you need to watch TNA movies anymore? And 2, that the sexual politics of the like very end of the 80s and opening 90s with AIDS really changed. And so like there was less like frivolity and casualness with like how sex was like even portrayed in movies and stuff like that sometimes.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you had how stringent it was, when you're in elementary school, but they were throwing at some pretty like not scientifically accurate shit at us. Like, we don't know if somebody's gets a cut, stay away.
Exactly.
We don't know what's going to happen. Like try not to, don't hug anybody you don't know. Like, just stupid shit. Like,
I remember one of the TV movies that really affected me as a kid was it the Ryan Knight story? The kid who got it from blood.
Oh, the blood transfusion.
The blood transfusion and like how the kids treat him at school and stuff and like persecute him. And I just remember.
Did he get like dragged behind it? That was some other kid got
No,
dragged
that was the gay kid in
it was like in the 2000s
Montana
or something.
Or something.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember his name. I used to know it, but yeah, no, that was a totally different thing. But yeah, like I do remember, toilet seat. There was just a lot of paranoia, but
like you get herpes from the toilet seat and stuff as well. Like all the rampant like bullshit that kids normally talk about, but this was like made. It was all about like diseases that we shouldn't even have to be thinking about at that age. But
even like, and I hate Karl Malone as a basketball player and always have because he's kind of dirty. But when Magic Johnson came back after like. Being HIV positive or whatever, he's like, I don't want to play against him. If he gets cut in the game, I'm gonna get like, and people are like, you're a fucking idiot, but he played it for Utah Jazz, so he's like in a super progressive state, where I'm sure he was hearing a lot of really progressive Mormon kind of cool things.
Abstinence,
and stuff. Yeah, exactly.
Makes the heart grow fonder.
Exactly. So
wear your garment.
But I just remember like all the there was definitely kind of weird vibes there. So, but Falling that we heard there from Through the Darkest Hour, right away, I think you can hear the thing that, like, to me defines Through the Darkest Hour is this keen sense of, like, a much more... I think it was natural. I don't think... It doesn't sound put upon, but, like, it's catchier songwriting. Like, this whole album is just catchy. And, like, to me, they're, like, they found this, like, sort of perfect... medium where they still have the complexity of the early years and there's still some of the technicality and some of the solos and things, but the songwriting, the vocal hooks, all that kind of stuff is just really on point,
I think it's all more refined and focused. And
I hear a lot of kindred spirit with like the heaviest parts of like Alice in Chains records.
That in one of the songs that we're not gonna play, Eighth Day.
Great.
Holy
song. Yep.
shit, does that sound like an Alice in Chains
Yeah.
song?
100.
Like
Yep.
even the fucking harmonizing is like
Yep.
a Cantrell harmonizing bit. It's
Yep. Absolutely.
that's fucking great. Because I was listening to it on Spotify on my phone, and it goes, what does it go? 8th Day, then 9th Day.
Yep.
And I was like, holy! I started writing notes before I realized I had the wrong song, but
Yeah.
I left them on. I was like, holy crap, that's like.
There were a lot of songs I thought about playing because I love this record so much, but I had to kind of, cut some children off.
We'll have to reevaluate Alice in Chains again in the coming years because
now that you're kind of new rediscovery the last couple of years. So
I think the first 3 records are probably untouchable.
yeah, I mean, for me, I find almost no fault with Jar of Flies either.
I'm
As
just
like
not
an
as
EP.
familiar with it yet.
Yeah, that's got more of a
But like
bluesier sort of thing.
Facelift is, I think the best stuff is not the singles.
Yeah, I mean, I think those singles are powerful, but
They're great, but the whole record is great.
Love, Hate, Love, Real Thing. I mean, there's like Sunshine. It ain't like that. There's just so much
But
good
Dirt
shit on there.
is one of the best records of the last 30 years.
It's mind blowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it affected everybody. No, if you said you didn't listen to that record and like it, then you're lying to some degree.
Well, we were just talking about our old, a guy that we used to work with at the record store. He was a jazz musician, played guitar, all kinds of stuff. And like, he would talk to me about Dirt all the time. It was like the one record. Like, I think he liked Soundgarden as well, but like that was like the thing. And he was a big Sabbath fan, so it made sense. Like why he picked up on things. But it's always like when Mike Gilmore, who you should check his stuff out on Bandcamp.
Go to Bandcamp, yeah. He's really cool stuff.
Incredible solo. Like if you like guitar experiment, like awesome shit. But like when he would take time to point stuff out about like rock music or even metal, I would always listen.
Yeah.
Because he like cued in on like certain things that like, because most stuff he just kind of filtered through. He didn't really think about it. But like if he caught it, it meant like it probably was worth catching and talking about.
Oh, for sure. No, I think the fact that they were kind of like even like that Big Four, show where they're kind of like the tail end of that type of music. Like they're the next logical, like taking off point, but everything else around them was, I think, got more attention at the time.
Yeah.
But I think they're much more in common with hard rock bands than they do with most of what was happening out of Seattle.
Yeah, and I think that happens with every scene. I've brought it up numerous times, but I think like, outside of image a little bit, like to me, Tesla and like maybe like Skid Row had a lot more in common with like 70s hard rock than they did like a lot of that other teased out.
It's easy to push everybody in the same
like everybody
boat.
it sold more records if you sold yourself that way, so I get why it happened.
Sure.
Like if you could have sold yourself as a Seattle band, like you were gonna sell like 100,000 more records. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
fucking money. That's like a mansion. Why not?
Yeah.
So but yeah, like the chorus, it's very repetitive. Falling is, but man, the fucking chorus and the main riff, they get stuck in my head. I mean, when I hear this song, I said I can practically smell my 10th grade nostalgia rolling over, or rolling off the song, and then the lead over top, the last chorus is very sharp. Their commercial instincts are really being deployed here. Like it's just, they're very, they know what they're doing. And if I'm John Perez, like this is the record that you can kind of retire and say, we made a go for it. The fact that it didn't break through is not our fault. Like we had all the ingredients here. They were ready. I don't know what the marketing device or what like lens to get them. I don't know. I don't know if it's Lowe's voice being so.
The name is something nobody's going to care about.
The name, yeah. It's kind of like Anathema. Like, why didn't they break through? Maybe it was the name. All those.
I think their name's great.
I think so too. But
it doesn't scream metal either.
Yeah, it's pretty esoteric.
Yeah.
So yeah,
like people either call it anathema, or like there's only a couple ways to pronounce it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they just
that's a whole different. That's a whole different argument. But yeah, I just think Falling just it has it.
I don't think they were like if Solitude Aeturnus was coming out say like when the first Pallbearer record came out.
Yeah.
Like there was, I think, more enthusiasm for that type of stuff than at
Sure.
the time. They were, I think, pushing against a lot of walls that.
Black metal, death metal. I mean, 94 is like kind of a big black metal year.
Yeah.
So
they were already kind of more coming from that older school with a, you know, kind of a fresh coat of paint. And I think
Yep.
people were more interested in what was hip and new and immediate.
Yep. So Through the Darkest Hour, I said this is my first Solitude Aeturnus record that I ever heard, and I discovered it on my own before the Requiem crew. I think I had heard Cathedral at that point, but this was certainly in my early Doom formation. So I was really struggling when I got this record to sort of try and contextualize it, because I really only had a little bit of Sabbath knowledge, obviously Alice in Chains, Monster Magnet,
Like the first 4 Sabbath records or something.
yeah, like, you know, even then I don't know how well I knew them until Jeff Grindcore Coon got like the box set of the Ozzy years. That's when we really like digested a lot of it. But I think I had Paranoid on cassette tape, and
Master Reality or something. Or?
yeah, I think I knew. Here's the weirdest part, and I brought this up in the soundtrack episode. I think I knew Sabbath through the Nativity in Black better first, and then I went back to the originals.
That did its job.
You know, so like Sympathy of the Universe, like I never had heard the original before Sepultura, and I was like, whoa. And then Helmet did Symptom of the Universe on the Jerky Boys soundtrack.
Yeah.
And I was like, holy shit, this is a cool fucking song, you know?
Yeah.
But like, so I just said, I know I was really blown away by Lowe's performance, but I could only compare it to Jeff Tate, I suppose, since I didn't really know much Dio yet. So like, I didn't know any
You'd
solo
heard, like,
Dio.
Man on Silver Mountain.
I
or
knew
something.
Band of Silver Mountain, but I don't know if I knew that was like Dio.
Yeah.
I think one of the early Sabbath things I did get used at New Moon was Mob Rules on tape, and I was obsessed with Sign of the Southern Cross, like obsessed with it. Like I knew that before I really knew Holy Diver, which is really fucking strange.
Though it was a weird time because it was, you know, it was either you like Maiden or Priest. Did you like Dio or Ozzy? Like it was like these absolutes.
And I didn't have any absolutes because I was figuring out by myself, so no one was teaching me the rules. I was trying to sort out all of this stuff. Yeah, I was buying Solitude Aeturnus, Corrosion Conformity, Silverchair, and Morbid Angel Covenant. And I was trying to
things there.
you're right, you know, and I was trying, and PJ Harvey records that like the girls I was hanging out with were like trying to. So like, I don't know, like to me there was nothing weird about Solitude Aeturnus. I just thought it was really awesome fucking heavy metal.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like I didn't know it was doom metal or that it had like
But you were
progressive
like
vocals
sitting
or-
above everything, like pulling stuff out of different camps.
Yeah.
And me and Chris at that time were like, okay, here's the extreme metal thing.
Yep.
And we're already in the door is closed, so all this other shit doesn't even resonate until we go. Like Solitude Aeturnus would play most of the big fests.
Okay.
Like Milwaukee Metal Fest and, you know, Michigan Death Fest, some of that kind of shit they'd always be on, which they're kind of like a welcome respite to the,
Yeah, I bet.
you know,
That's probably where
shit
you appreciate
constantly.
like, oh shit, okay, here's some riffs I can get behind
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
And then I saw Low and I was like, oh, he doesn't look tough enough for me. He's I didn't realize he was doing like a, you know, Messiah kind of outfit.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
yeah.
I mean, and here's my bold statement, you know, whatever, we can, you know, debate it or not debate it. I just said I think it's the most complete album. Even if it sacrifices a little bit of heaviness for stellar, inventive songwriting. It's recorded in England with the production's nearly flawless.
Yeah,
I think
it's
it's some of their most epic songwriting.
Some sitar on there too.
Yeah. And here's what the Doom Metal Lexicon, that book I was talking about in the last episode, had to say. It said, the band rose almost to an epic level of doom metal expression. Both the sonic and emotional heaviness of the material are literally crushing, as the band provides doom in the very core sense of the word. Robert's voice sounds more powerful, even more aggressive and heavy. So, but I get, like, to me, if I was an extreme metal person, I'd probably be more into Beyond the Crimson Horizon. It's got a little bit more.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more there, but
This is a mature record.
yeah, this is like their Alice in Chains record, or whatever you want to call it. Like,
It's they're pulling in modern things as well that weren't quite as like bands. It was a weird time because like I remember getting Service the fucking Dokken record
Dysfunctional
Dysfunctional
from Columbia,
and like everybody was trying to be relevant are trying to like sound whatever they thought modern was.
Yeah.
And the weird thing is now that doesn't matter.
No.
Like people want Priest to sound like Priest.
Yeah.
This was like people trying to stay relevant.
Yeah.
But the system
Like Rob
is
Halford's
totally
doing Fight and
and two with Voyeur and shit, like doing it like industrial stuff like that doesn't even matter anymore.
Yeah.
It's such a different landscape than what we were dealing with back in the 90s. It's
like metal has established its own niche and it has its own history. And in the early 90s, extreme metal didn't really have, like no one knew
they were holding
a
up
trend. And so like stay with the trends as they're happening. You don't want to get caught like behind, but it's like,
because at that point everybody was, you could be like an institution like the Rolling Stones and kind of have your own thing going on.
Yeah.
But like we went from, with MTV was great, but it was also shitty because it's like, this is what is cool. Mm-hmm. Fuck everything that's old. Like Alice Cooper, when he was in his 30s, was considered like over the hill. And then, coming back with like,
Wayne's World.
Poison and, Feed My Frankenstein and stuff. And he wasn't even, he's like younger than us now.
I know.
And he was like, oh, he's over the hill. He's like, best days are behind him. Now, like, we've seen Deep Purple, I don't know how many times. And, half the dudes are in their 70s. And I'm like, fuck yeah.
Yep.
They keep doing what they do. And like, I'm glad that a lot of those bands kind of weathered that storm and they didn't really, Slayer like had that one crappy record where they kind of like folded to something where but then they tried to immediately come back out of that. I think like sticking to your guns is it's a thing that I think people respect about metal more now than like sounding relevant, because that doesn't really mean anything anymore.
Well, I think that second half of the 90s was just tough on a lot of bands.
Yeah,
it just
sure
was. I mean, if you were new and starting out, like whatever, you could do whatever you wanted. But if you were like a band that had some history, it was really tough, to sort of try and figure that out. So, so like, like I said, I have a lot of attachment to this because of when I bought this and because I didn't know what to make of this record. I think I read about it from Metal Maniacs. I'm pretty sure, kind of like Parallel Corners.
I think they were kind of big proponents of this band.
Yeah. So, and again, I think I should ask Wagner. I'm sure Wagner's I've heard him say really nice things about a Solitude, but this seems
they're always like the guys that were a couple years older than us seem to be more into this
to
band.
Appreciate them more.
Yeah.
They probably could hear the things that were sort of happening there. So,
and they were just more aware of that Candlemass kind of scene and all those bands that came before, and like,
if you didn't know earlier, I thought Trouble was and Candlemass that much, like, Solitude's like, they're cool, but it doesn't.
I remember seeing a St. Vitus video on MTV for, I don't know if it's Beavis and Butthead, but I remember seeing like Dave Chandler and I was like, what is this like Cheech and Chong shit? Because he looked like how they looked in like Nice Dreams. Yeah. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, I didn't get the cultural reference of how he looked or anything, and it was just a weird. I mean, you're an opinionated idiot as a teenager. Yes, it's really hard to like get rid of those stupid ideas even years down the road.
We were texting about this the other day about like why you were trying to make some sense of why you thought you didn't like Robert Lowe and some of that kind of stuff back in the day, and it's like.
Especially his hairline.
Yeah. I had so many bad takes on stuff back then that I made really, and I'm trying to think of what they are now.
Well, like dumb, superficial shit, uninformed.
Yep. Well, I was with grindcore because Chris was never like, he kind of was like, the relapse grindcore stuff, it's just like all the same. And so like,
he thought it was played out. Yeah.
I avoided Nauseam. I avoided like all these like bands that were coming out for a while, and then like, I don't know. Then I just kind of pulled my head on my ass. I was like, "Oh, some of this shit's fucking great."
Yeah, Awesome's fantastic.
Yeah. So, it's
Rotten Sound. Yeah, this grind had a nice resurgence there.
Yeah. So there we go. So maybe if you were always down on Solitude, hopefully you're kind of rediscovering kind of some of that too. So, but yeah, we're gonna play a trio of tunes from Through the Darkest Hour here, and this is kind of the meat of the album, I would say. Ninth Day Awakening. I just said the main riff is stupid Candlemass goodness. But I said the pre-chorus and chorus is even better. I think it's one of the greatest ever in the genre of doom, that pre-chorus and chorus here. Heavy, crushing, but yet inspirational. And when that sitar kicks in, it's from a band called Sadr Bazaar. It's a guy named Sean Matthew that plays the sitar in it. Mm-hmm. I said, my young brain was suddenly readying itself for Amorphous' elegy a few years later.
Yeah, I had a similar, I said kind of like a Maynard phrasing. Mm-hmm. Tool, the sitar about halfway mark.
Yep.
The wah is kind of going into Amorphous territory.
Psych solo interwoven with the sitar near the end is badass.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is more some of these notes are just, my handwriting's terrible. The jammy stuff, time changes, good vocal harmonies, more straight than the last two, but the dough edges are softened a bit. The rough edges are softened a bit.
Yeah, that's the more, like I said, the more commercial streamline.
Yeah.
Without, it's still a heavy record.
I don't think they're sacrificing anything. The stuff that I miss a little bit is just the arbitrary weirdness of
the double basses and some of the weird,
and the double bass is, comes back, but it's not as like out of complete left field. It's like starting to play an acoustic bit, and like I love how arbitrary that shit was.
And then we get into Pain, and what did you say about Pain?
Well, the first thing is, in quotes, feel the pain.
Feel the pain. Yeah.
Because it might be it's a simple, there's nothing great about groundbreaking about that delivery, but fuck, that's out of this whole album. It's iconic. It's the chorus that I remember out of the entire album.
This is the centerpiece of the record. Pain. Yeah. For sure.
I put another dead simple Candlemass riff, Chug Fest, nice solo, the fucking dead stop time change into an Opeth interlude. Little bit of the soft.
Fuck. I wrote. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's crazy.
I put. It reminded me of some of the softer creator sections on Coma of Souls and stuff, like the little interlude, classical guitar-y bits.
Yeah, especially the title track, the middle section of the title track. Yep.
And then they go back to the opening riff again, and then it fucking stops dead.
Yep. That's the part that the first time I heard this song kind of blew my mind.
Was this I guess the singles didn't really exist but was this thrown on comps?
It might have been on a Concrete Corner or something like that.
Was this put out on Pavement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I just said I was obsessed with this song. As I was just being introduced to the idea of what an epic metal song was that had crazy movements and changes, I said, you should have seen my face the first time I ever heard Master of Puppets, the song. I just was like, what?
Yeah.
And again, now it's I kind of take it for granted, or even To Live Is to Die from Injustice. I was just like, what? You can't do this. What the fuck? Yeah. I mean, this is pre-Opeth. This is I hadn't heard a lot of that kind of stuff. So for me, this was a big gateway. I mean, I think I would have put this in the same categories Operation Mindcrime in terms of what is it doing? Well, like I said, it stops in the middle of the song. It does this movement. It does this. Then it comes back around to this. And I was like, oh shit, Yeah. And it's totally fucking simple in comparison with stuff I've heard beyond that.
That's the progressive stuff I like. That's simple, but with lots of changes.
Yeah. Sure. I just said that groove combined with Lowe's world-class performance and the heft of those mid-pace riffs are doomy, sad but true level. So it that dun 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 sad but true. It's got that kind of I mean, it's kind of a dumb riff, but it works.
It's totally dumb, but it's perfect. You couldn't have come up with a better riff.
Yep. Amazing solo before the dropout mindfuck shift at 3:30.
Yeah.
It's almost like something I'd hear a year later on Opeth's Orchid.
There you
go. The entrance ramp chugging riff gets me every time. So when they get back from the quiet part and they I call it the entrance ramp. They drive back on. And then until Lowe realigns with I've seen the pain before. It's after all this messed up stuff, he straightens the song back out. It's oh, here we are. All right, we're back again. So that's a fun one for me. And then we move on to the last tune that we're going to hear from Through the Darkest Hour. It's Eternal Dreams Part 2. Yeah.
Not the Paradise
Lost one.
Yeah.
But this is, I just said, a near perfect song for me.
Very nice and dirgy. I put Cathedralish Dirge, some MDB, My Dang Bride notes. Great strong, the fucking power chord hold at the midpoint is stupid simple but perfect.
Yep.
Great solo. What the fuck? In Underworld Arise. I don't know what that means. Another PL Sorrow Gothic vibe.
Yep.
No,
especially near the end.
No time changes. It's all kind of a straight tempo on this one.
Which is kind of dirgy, yeah.
Yeah, but this is where I put the Solitude Aeturnus formula, : start with a simple, chunky riff.
Yep.
Then Lowe's vocals come in and they kind of jam a little bit with that. Then they do some abrupt time changes, can be fast or slow, and then they usually end with the riff they started with, and then an unconventional ending.
That ending
that fits with probably 80% of everything.
No, I agree. I think the ending in this one, well, I'll get to it in a second. So here's how I said the main riff for me is like built around this kind of the same kind of drama that a Candlemass song like At the Gallows End or Well of Souls or even Demon's Gates or the title track Tale of Creation or even early Cathedral. It's got that just iconic kind of sound that those sort of songs kind of all have. I said it's lots of open space for the notes to breathe and resonate. And I said Lowe's a little bit more subdued than on the first couple songs we just heard. And he knows, it's almost like he knows he's good and he doesn't always need to show off, which then makes his performance when he belts out Eternal in the chorus that much more effective and resonant. So much desperation in what he's doing.
Yeah.
And then tasteful, simple solo section. And I said that tasteful, simple solo section hits like a Peaceful 3 masterwork of emotion, especially around the 6-minute mark when the kind of Paradise Lost, Catatonia Bride minor chord repetition riff kicks in, kind of reminding me like Cry of Mankind.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
That ding is just like, kind of goes on and on. And so I think it's a song. When I was a kid, I listened to like Ninth Day Awakening a lot more and Falling and Pain. And I think in doing the deep dive, I kind of discovered like how great Eternal was, probably because now I've heard Paradise Lost, Catatonia, you know what I mean? I've heard like a lot of those bands and stuff. So
yeah, I don't remember I didn't talk about it, but on one of the songs, just as for one of my notes, I put, it could have ended like 2 or 3 times, but I'm glad it didn't. Just because how many different movements and time changes there were. Like it could have ended here, but then they gave us this cool little extra bit that doesn't necessarily add much to the song, but it adds a lot to my enjoyment of the song.
Perfect. Yep. No, well put. So, and then it's gonna start to transition to the Downfall record, which we'll talk a little bit more when we kind of come back. It's going to go into a Christian Death cover, which I think is really interesting because that's an album that both Mark and I have recently picked up before we even talked about doing the Solitude stuff. I remember when we were recording the Dax episode, Mark was at my house and I was like, hey, listen to the Solitude song. You know, it's a cover. And I was like, do you know who it is? And he's like, shit, it's really catchy. It's good. It sounds familiar. I'm like, it's fucking Christian Death. And then listen to the interview with Robert, and like Christian Death was a huge influence on him. So
yeah, we both just got that without talking about it. It was kind of funny.
So there's not much to say about the Deathwish tune. I just wrote it's ridiculously catchy, combined with killer vocal harmonies. It's kind of just a fun acknowledgement of, you know, sort of darker kind of goth elements or something like that. You know?
Drums are. It's nice to hear the drums in more of kind of a punchy. Kind of straightforward approach.
Absolutely. Pretty cool. And then we'll come out with another tune from the Downfall record in 96 called Chapel of Burning. So we've got our 5th John clip here first, where he's going to set up and talk about Through the Darkest Hour a little bit here. And then the Ninth Day Awakening, Pain, and Eternal Dreams Part 2 from that record. And then a pair of tunes from Downfall, Deathwish and Chapel of Burning.
We definitely got a huge push from Roadrunner when we were on Roadrunner prior to this album. We had a girl that worked there, Sophie Diamantis, that really liked our band quite a bit, and she gave us a lot of great attention. And I interviewed with so many people on those first 2 records. I really think that helped us set up a base following worldwide, because Roadrunner's reach was worldwide. So So Roadrunner certainly helped put our name on the map, and I thought gave us quite a bit of press. We ultimately didn't get the kind of support that we wanted or needed from Roadrunner. That's another story to tell, but essentially it just wasn't a good fit with those guys. So when we moved on to Pavement, they were really doing very well for us too. We had another girl there, Tammy, that worked there that did such a good job promoting records, and she also loved our band, so she gave us a maximum effort on getting us into as many magazines and radios, everything that we could get onto. We did. So we certainly did get a lot of press coverage. Metal Maniacs, there was a few people that worked there, and Catherine Ludwig was a big fan of the band as well. So we got some decent press coverage in Metal Maniacs, which was a good thing, back then. That was the metal magazine to be in, and it certainly was a great metal mag for many years. I bought almost every issue that came out. Third album, Through the Darkest Hour, we made a very conscientious decision, excuse me, to get a little heavier. We thought we had exhausted all the possibilities of what we wanted to accomplish song-wise and sound-wise on those first two records in terms of that kind of approach and style to heavy music. And we thought what would serve us best was to strip the sound down a little bit, simplify the approach, come up with riffs and ideas that were a little bit more straightforward, less technically worried about being more technically adept. In other words, we weren't worried about playing these intricate parts. It was for sure it was focusing more on the songwriting per se, and making sure that the songwriting was moving in a direction we wanted. And the direction we wanted was just heavier. We wanted to get heavier and heavier, and so we kind of removed some of the more heavy metal sort of influences and just kind of started, because I really believe that this is the album where we really started coming more into our own in terms of, artists say that all the time. That's the album that we started coming into our own, but I think it's true. I think we started finding our own niche and particular style and sound that we would kind of base ourselves on from that point forward, which was a little simpler approach to, again, keeping in mind the songwriting. That was the whole idea, and in keeping it really, really heavy, but yet still melodic, and yet still challenging, and doing some different things, daring to be different, not worried about being cool or being part of any trend, or even for that part, even sticking by any kind of doom metal commandments or anything like that. We've never done that. So we did record that record in England. Somehow I was able to stretch out the budget that we had, and I heard some records being produced and recorded at Paul Johnston's Rhythm Studios, and that included bands like Cathedral. They did some work out of there. Electric Wizard had done... I'm sorry, they ended up doing a record there later. I think we were in there before Wizard. In fact, we were. So anyway, but there were some other bands that did some work. I really loved the sound that Cathedral got on the 4-song EP they did. I thought it was just an amazing sounding record, and they did that at Rhythm Studios. And I thought, man, this guy was able to really capture a really heavy sound. And it was a good excuse to go to England for 2 weeks. But I'll be honest, being in England it wasn't really all about just being on vacation, although that was nice to be away from everything. But it was a real big learning experience for me personally, and I believe for the rest of the guys. One thing I learned on that was when you isolate yourself from everything else and you're just focusing on producing the record, that's really how you make records. You go and you make a record for 2 or 3 weeks, and you don't do anything else besides eat, and wake up and sleep. But basically every day is spent working on a record, and that's what we did on that record, and it felt great to do that. There was no distractions, no nothing. We would just wake up every day, eat breakfast, go to the studio, record, come back, review the material, and fix things. So that was in itself a great learning experience, learning how to record an album, kind of properly, where all you do is focus on the record.
stone but not the light. Clouds like black ink spill through the sky, feeling anger pulsing through my veins. All injustice driving me insane. Another novice talks so pain before, tearing skin and bone, to evil we conform. Weakness we have known. Another hollow lie to escape the cold, whispers of goodbye. I held the pain before the agony and mass, melting up to mourn the beauty of the past. Feel the pain. Feel the pain.
and vengeance of our wrath. Somewhere in the black crystal hearts of dawn, on wings of yesterday, so I can be reborn. darkness, lost into hate. You can only lose it to your mind. You got to lose it to your mind. Wave the train without tears, hard on your innocence. Discarding all that was before, was crawling inside. Love the little soul, devoured without shame. We lick our lips clean, so clean. No one outside knows, no one outside knows what it means to me, to be set free. You can only lose it to your mind. You got to lose it to your mind. Waves the train without tears, hard on your innocence. Discarding all that was before, it's crawling inside. Alive here be another's choice. I return the gift to my maker. Relinquish the pain of the intimate stranger. Sing with the golden dawn for my brother's eternal rest. He was me and I was he. In these halls of sorrow, in this chapel of burning, whisper to me. In this chapel of burning, whisper to me. Worn out memories burn, he's calling to me again, like a passing parade, bowing at my window. In this chapel I burn, my soul's true dark home, beckoning in its tears, that mystic figure I fear. In this chapel of burning, whisper to me. In this chapel of burning, whisper to me. autumn dance of fire, the faces laugh alone, while I beg the pale one to meet me there tomorrow. Sing with the golden dawn for my brother's eternal rest. He was me and I was he in these halls of sorrow, in this chapel of burning. Whisper to me, in this chapel of burning. Whisper to me, in this chapel of burning. Whisper to me, in this chapel of burning. Whisper to me.
That was Chapel of Burning, Deathwish from Downfall record, and then we had a trio of tunes from Through the Darkest Hour from Solitude Aeturnus. We had Eternal Dreams Part 2, Pain, and The Ninth Day Awakening. Damn, good set of music there.
Chapel of Burning, I think it when that starts out, it reminds me of, because every Talkset I need to talk about Paradise Lost at least once.
Okay.
It's got a 1 second vibe before 1 second came out, like a year before.
I wrote that it's got lots of alternative doom elements that the Peaceful 3 were about to employ.
There we go.
Yeah. I said, I like it, but I could see where people, might not have been cool with them starting to do some of these kind of elements.
I also said it was kind of boring.
Yeah, this is my least, I think it's my least favorite full length of theirs. I like Adagio and Alone better.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad, No. I think Midnight Dreams is pretty fucking cool.
Is that sample from Silver Bullet?
Wolfman from
the original Lon Chaney Wolfman?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I put those two because I didn't recognize the...
Lowe's quieter vocals on like Chapel of Burning that he does kind of have like a Jerry Cantrell quality to him, a little bit.
Yeah.
That kind of shines through when in like the more ballad-esque tunes like this one. But I do kind of love the sort of weird guitar kind of keyboard parts and some of those kind of catchy choruses. But yeah, like I said, I think Paradise Lost pulls it off better, whatever their kind of style they're trying to do here. Downfall, was released in 96, shorter songs. It's more experimental. It's got covers using samples. It's pretty diverse. It's got some catchy songs. One song we're not playing, Phantoms, is a pretty good catchy song. I just wrote 1996 is a weird time for doom and American metal. So that fits that established bands would flex a little bit more here, especially after 3 straight solid, well-received slabs of doom.
When did Low come out? Or not Low.
Load is 96.
Is 96. Okay,
Same
so
year.
it was a weird time.
It's just a weird time.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a year before, I think, Alternative 4 and 1 Second are both 97.
Yeah.
It's just yeah.
There's some in Midnight Dreams guy has some good like ballsy vocals.
Yeah,
that he's doing a little bit of like later King Diamond kind of register there with some of the theatricalness.
Yeah, I just said it reminded me of mid-90s Cathedral a little bit here.
Yeah.
They're sort of leaning on those samples. I think the synth, there's some cool synthwave stuff that reminds me of like John Carpenter type things.
Yeah.
During the verses and stuff like that.
Yeah, and the Midnight Dreams has that weird pitch shift where it's almost like a modern version of what Sabbath would have done on an old record.
And I think because of that, like you said, it makes the chorus like more powerful. I love the open rawness of the solo. Great desperation from Low during the chorus, and Wolf's drumming is appropriately restrained. It's really good. That's his nickname. They call him Wolf.
I thought it was a new guy, but he's got a nickname. I put Flutter to Oblivion for Midnight Dreams. I don't know what that means.
I like it. Sounds like a Cathedral lyric or something like that. They kind of talk in Chris's interview a little bit about the sort of nature of the band is kind of being rebellious in a sense, and they kind of work Downfall into it a little bit, or at least they make mention of it. So I thought it'd be a good time to sort of read it. But Perez says, we're rebellious by nature. Even though we were doing something nobody wanted to hear back then, we weren't trying to be the antithesis to what was going on around us. If I went into a record store and I heard Solitude Aeturnus playing, I think he says this in our interview, I'd be like, yeah, that's exactly what I want to hear. We were just trying to create our own thing, trying to make what we thought was kick-ass heavy metal, the way we grew up listening to it, paying honor and respect to the bands that came before us. And Robert Lowe says, I'll give you that. I'll go back and say we didn't purposely set out to be counter-alternative. We did what we did. That's how it happened. I don't want to sound pompous, but that was us. Nobody sat down and said, well, this band is doing this band is doing that. We got to do this. We were just a band. It was 110 degrees out when we recorded. He's talking about the recording of Beyond. He says it's got nothing to do with being counter-alternative. Solitude and the guys who played together up to 1996 Downfall were doing what they wanted to do with a punk attitude. It was fuck it, no thought, nothing was contrived or conceived. So, in their opinion, I guess this seems to be sort of the natural progression of the band. I mean, and maybe it's just that they never shied away from talking about, listening to Dead Can Dance and some of these other things, and maybe they're just like, let's let it penetrate through the music a little bit more than we have prior.
Yeah, I think like with like Anathema and My Dying Bride and Paradise Lost, we're saying that same kind of sentiment.
Yeah,
but it seemed to like hit harder to me.
Yeah, no, I agree. We were also growing with them.
True.
True. Maybe if we had really like gotten into Downfall in 96, it would have meant something more. I kind of I had Downfall, I believe, but Solitude really got lost in the mix in this era. Once
there's
I
a lot of
you guys
stuff coming out. Yeah,
I was being inundated with multiple genres of underground music and things like that. So, and I certainly didn't hear the next record, Adagio, when it came out either. But I've since really grown to really like it. Lyle leaves, and that's, I think, kind of interesting because he's being such a huge component of the songwriting. And that brings in a guy named Steve Mosley on bass.
No relation to Chuck?
No,
okay.
No, not that I know of.
Or Bill?
They do a cover of Heaven and Hell on this record, and I think it's almost too on point. It's like
they
almost
need to make it weird.
Yeah, it's just like it's of course it's like predictable that they would do that because it's like the perfect encapsulation of their sound with Dio, Sabbath,
Yeah.
But I guess throughout outside of that, I like most of the rest of this record. It's lots of darkness. It's probably their least heavy record, which is kind of a sign of the times for 98, I suppose.
Yeah.
But I think it's better overall songwriting and a better album than Downfall for me, is what I sort of said. I don't know what your thoughts were on some of this kind of stuff.
Like Days of Prayer?
Yeah, and Believe and some of that stuff.
What I've got, more vocal variation in the gritty department. Mm-hmm. Like he's working more on his lower register a little bit.
Yeah.
Another Eastern riff.
Yeah. A lot of Camel Amorphous kind of vibes I'm getting off this.
Blind Guardian.
Whoa.
Operatic construction. He's the best when he belts it out, is about Low. Mm-hmm. Then I put kind of non-committal chorus vocal. I don't really remember what I meant by that.
Yeah.
Believe, mix of Amorphous and newer Maiden.
Okay.
Like post-2000s Maiden.
Yeah, I could get that.
Straight into a Candlemass riff. Chugfest, a little more ethereal, Mirror. Vocal approach, and then double hash Snooze Fest. Oh, he kind of reminds me of Alan from Primordial.
Oh, yeah, I could get that.
I was really doing the like belting it out full voice.
Yeah, I mean, Days of Prayer, I just says a catchy chorus, some cool Middle Eastern parts woven throughout. I really like what Wolf's doing on drums in Days of Prayer. It's kind of weird. It kind of helps give the song a stop-start, kind of tripped out psychedelic pacing, almost proggy at times. But more like the Camel Amorphous kind of way, in that it sounds more organic than pretentious.
Yeah.
Same way like Sound of Perseverance is proggy, but not pretentious from Death. Like kind of it has more organic kind of qualities to it. I like how they're taking a lot of the traditional Doom elements and messing with them to make it kind of less formulaic. Believe's a lot heavier. They kind of get heavy again after kind of a lighter tune with Days of Prayer. Especially the staccato drums, the chugging. I kind of call it like proto Meshuggah sort of style of the verses.
Yeah, where the palm muted riffs and the guitars are kind of syncing up, or the kicks are syncing up a little bit.
Exactly.
Very Gojira kind of.
Yes, Gojira, Meshuggah, some of that kind of stuff. Mournful melodies. Lowe's pre-chorus and chorus performance is biting and sinister. It's a little more clever and evil than some of the stuff he's done. Emotive, bubbling solo bleeds into the fucking awesome pre-chorus. Seems like a really sophisticated critique of organized religion as well. And Lowe talks about that in some of the interviews that's kind of one of his targets once he sort of takes over like lyric writing. Mm-hmm. So he kind of hits on that a little bit more.
And the Sightless.
From Alone, the next record? Yeah.
Weird production. It's got the Mayhem like dissonant riff right there. These are all very short little things I have. Solo is fine. Rolls his R.
I said the solo could be like a Dawkins song.
Yeah.
That's what I said. Yeah.
This is the first time he rolls an R in a song too, though.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
which I can't do, so I'm kind of envious of.
The Sightless tune, I said it's the doom chuggy. Maybe it's more of like the kind of stuff I was mentioning before, but it's like what Nevermore kind of does.
I think that's why I don't like it that much.
Okay.
Because I think Nevermore is doing a similar. Maybe they started at the same inspirations, but they're definitely a more modern sounding.
Yeah.
Like intentionally modern sounding band. And there's much more of that like rhythmic kind of thing going on with them.
It's a lot more, yeah.
That's why I don't really like Gojira, or it's just like it doesn't impress me. I don't feel anything from it.
Yeah, I've always felt that way about like, especially post like 98 Meshuggah. I can kind of like appreciate Meshuggah for like a couple records and be like, oh, okay, this is interesting.
I get that they're doing something that's kind of like pushing the boundaries of stuff, but it just doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah, but it's like they just keep doing it. And I just,
yeah.
Like I like the first like couple Gojiras just the same way. And then I don't know, I've heard the new ones pretty interesting and diverse. I just don't care enough to really check it out.
Yeah, so. I don't really like his vocals. They're like a screechy it sounds really dry, like he doesn't have any power behind it.
Yeah.
And I don't care about I think it seems really the whole like climate stuff doesn't interest me in music. Mm-hmm. It just feels like it's kind of preachy stuff. Like I prefer more internal lyrics than talking about saving the whales and shit. It just seems kind of like Star Trek 4 to me.
One of the lesser Star Trek movies.
I do like that movie quite a bit, but I think that whole like eco metal thing seems kind of stupid.
I think I was really into that first Gojira when it first came out, because it was like, oh, somebody's kind of doing like Morbid Angel riffs a little bit and stuff.
Yeah.
I think where I like Gojira the most is when I saw them open for Slayer. Like they're a good live band. Sure. It's like a good sound live, because it's like just kind of repetitive and and
I don't want to shit on like France. They've got a pretty like limited run of like decent metal bands.
They have a pretty weird.
You got like Deathwish, Omega, Loud Blast, and Gojira.
Yeah, Alcest.
Yeah,
I mean, they've got some.
There's more of a wealth in subsequent years, but early on, I mean, you had Loud Blast.
Yeah, what's the
90s?
Vedbo and Endies.
Are they French?
I think they're French.
Okay, Vebu and Zenda.
I think something like
yeah.
But yeah,
I think how we pronounced it in the United States in the 90s.
Yes. I'm thinking of what
Wagner probably knows how to pronounce it correctly.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
There's a great scene in my favorite episode of What We Do in the Shadows, the Jackie Daytona episode, where he has disappeared to Pennsylvania because it sounds like Transylvania. He's on the run from Mark Hamill's vampire character. And they're like, yeah, and I can't believe like the local townsperson that's like working for the bar he's at. She's like, and you don't sound anything like you're from Arizona. Your accent's so otherworld. And he goes, that is how we talk in Arizona. Like, and it's like the Jermaine Clement type character or whatever, but it's his Arizona, like fucking butchers. Like,
well, in
clearly not from Arizona.
Where we're recording right now in Requiem South is Hamtramck, Michigan.
Yeah. How do you really pronounce it?
Well, it's Hamtramck.
Oh, okay.
But they have Hamsylvania signs a couple years ago where you could buy them. Doesn't make any sense.
Just hip, man. People want to be People want
people
that
like
vibe.
that, like the Gary
They
Oldman,
like
man.
They like the very, yeah, exactly. But yeah, we'll come back and talk a little bit more about this final record, Alone, and kind of say our goodbyes and stuff like that. But we've got a John clip, our 6th John clip, where he's going to talk about kind of this era a little bit, the Downfall, Adagio sort of era. And then we're going to hear Midnight Dreams with the aforementioned clips from Wolfman, and then Days of Prayer from Adagio, Believe from Adagio, and then we'll end with Sightless from the Alone record.
With every record, it's very important for us to change the approach somewhat. We're very conscientious about this over the years. I mean, for us, it's always about quality over quantity. So we're very self-aware of what we're doing and trying to do things that we feel are fresh approaches and something different. So we really tried to do a fresh approach with every record without changing the basic approach and sound that we set out to do in the first place. So if that makes any sense, we're trying to change but stay the same at the same time. It's a tough trick to do. But I felt like we did it even on these 2 records. Downfall was certainly the most different record we had done up to that point in terms of how different it sounded compared to what we'd done prior to that. That has a lot to do with many different things. One is we decided to make it that way. We said, yeah, let's do a Christian death cover. We did that for fun and just to mess with people's heads. And plus, between myself, Lyle, and Robert, we were all big fans of the early punk and hardcore scene, and that included some really weird death rock bands like Christian Death. Their first album was just such a bizarre, really dark record, and we were all into that. And so for us to cover that was just kind of a no-brainer. I mean, we liked the song, and it's definitely different. It was real different. I don't know, putting it on the record just made sense because we were trying to do we were trying to go a little way out on that record, just purposely, So there's a lot of experiments on that record. There's, the Elysium track that I did. I just bought some new effects pedals from my Liquid Sound project that I just started that year in '96, and I was fresh into some fuzz pedals and weird stuff, and so I created this really nightmarish track. It's just weird. It's like a bad acid trip. And there's some just different songs on there, just a different approach to songwriting on this album. We also wrote some of these songs individually, more so than we'd ever done. So there was a few songs written by Lyle exclusively, a few written by me. Robert contributed his first song to the band on that album with the last track called Concern. So, and then Edgar contributed one of the best tracks we ever had, which is Phantoms, which we used that song all the way through our live shows up until the last shows we've done. So it was a really varied record with a lot of people getting their hands in on the writing process. And so that made the record quite a bit different in itself. But I still love the record. It's a record that I didn't care for at first in terms of the sound quality. We just didn't get it right. There's many reasons for that, but we just didn't get the production quality up to par on that record. So I was a little bit bummed out by it. It just didn't have a really good, heavy bottom end to it. And some places the production values were worse than others. But overall, after time has worn on it, I've come to just kind of hate the sound of the record. And I do love the material. It represented a different time for us. Lyle, of course, that would be his last record. He was ready to move forward and do some different things with his music. So he'd been with us and with me for about 7-8 years up to that point. So it was kind of bittersweet, that we did a really cool record together, but then he left the band as well. So that was kind of a downer mood for that record because of that. There was other things involved, so it wasn't that fun of a record to produce. I didn't have a good time making the record. but I do like the record. I stand by everything we do. I think that's the one album, Downfall, is the one that I feel was least representative of the band as a whole in terms of what we did in the overall picture. I think of things. It wasn't as focused as any of the other records have been. But at the same time, I do enjoy that record a lot, and I do like the approach that we tried, which is just really pretty radical, trying to do some different things and probably turning some people off. But we just really didn't care about that much. So anyway, after that record was there, and there's definitely standout tracks for me on that record. Phantoms is the standout track. I love the song Midnight Dreams. That's mostly a Lyle composition. He pretty much put that whole song together, and I think that's really a great song. We did some really neat things with that one. Only This and Nothing More was one of the ones I wrote, and I like that one. That's kind of just a pounding heavy metal type of song. I don't know. There's quite a few songs on there that I like. I like the Elysium track, even though a lot of people didn't like that. But I like the fact that we're going crazy on that. Anyway, but I do like the album overall. Of course, then we moved on. 2 years later, we did the Adagio record. I felt like with Adagio, what we really needed to do was bring back some very traditional elements of the core of Solitude's sound, which is the stuff we would have begun with almost 10 years prior to that, just about. And so I was very adamant about wanting to include some traditional elements into this record. And then as well as expanding once again, like we did with Downfall, expanding the repertoire and expanding what we did. Adagio's got a song that I sang on, which is a short acoustic number. That's something very different. But that was a song. I was listening to Peter Murphy a lot back then, and his album Deep had a huge impact on me, and that song was kind of influenced by that, really just listening to Peter Murphy's records and thinking that I could, my voice is in that range and I could do something similar. And it's a song about the fall of Lucifer. The song is called The Fall, so that's a song no one talks about. Not that it's, one of the most, polished gems of all the Solitude catalog, but it's an example of something we were trying to do quite different on the Adagio record, which is acoustic and have me sing it with Robert doing backup vocals. That was, again, our attitude, which is let's try to do some things very different on this record. And, but at the same time, staying the same. Once again, you're caught up with that conundrum of trying to do the same yet different. That certainly was the case with Adagio, and I felt like we were entirely successful with that. I love that record. I think it's got some outstanding material on it. There's a lot of attitude in it. I like the sound of the record. It's very, it's quite deep and layered in terms of the production. There's a lot of things going on. So it's a great record. And we went back to England to record that one. Downfall, we stayed here in Texas to do that one. Adagio, we decided let's go back and repeat the formula that we had done with the album prior to this, into the Through the Darkest Hour, and so we decided to go back to England. So we did this album in England, the same place, and I felt really good about Adagio. I felt like this was a really strong work. We were minus Lyle now, so Steve Mosley had come in to play bass. And really just a great record. There's some real standout cuts on this album. Days of Prayer, the opening cut, is a very powerful. It's like Days of Prayer. There are certain songs that I would consider to be the all-in-one songs for Solitude, and that is there are some songs that we write that are meant to encapsulate everything that Solitude's about in one song. So it'll have a lot of different things within one song. Well, Days of Prayer is one of those songs on this record. I also liked. Spiral Descent off the record, which doesn't get talked about much. I don't know if the other guys were as on board with a lot of that song as much as I was, but I really like the feel of that song. The chorus is really catchy. I just like that song a lot. Again, though, there's a lot of songs on this record I like. Those are two, I guess. I'll just pick those two as being highlights or ones that stick out. But that was definitely an exciting time for us. I think that Adagio holds up with all of our records. I think production-wise, it was the best-sounding record we had done to that point. And it's just another great time period for the band, being that we were sitting in England recording this for 3 weeks this time, and we just took our time and making sure it sounded right. So, and, again, I see that, you were asking about touching on metal and non-metal influences. Again, that was also very important to incorporate different feels and sounds to them. It didn't always have to just be heavy metal, spikes to the wall. It just had to have an atmosphere and be a little different. So I think we accomplished that with Adagio.
You killed the wolf.
Well, there's no crime in that, is there?
The wolf was Bela.
You think I don't know the difference between a wolf and a man?
Bela became a wolf, and you killed him. A werewolf can be killed only with a silver bullet, or a silver knife, or a stick with a silver handle.
You're insane. I tell you, I killed a wolf, a plain, ordinary wolf.
Take this charm, the pentagram, the sign of the wolf. It can break the evil spell.
Evil spell. Pentagram, wolf band. Oh, I'm sick of the whole thing. I'm going to get out of here.
Whoever is bitten by a werewolf and lives becomes a werewolf himself.
Welcome to this world. Transformation supreme. I receive lights from the power in my veins. My past is gone. Incantation nothing left to hide. Alienation complete. What I am is all I'll ever need. Time is short. These humans are weak. small mind, controlled as if the devil's own tool. I see a horizon tongues of anguish, calm invades. Breathe the foul air, composed of nothing. I return to nothing, composed of nothing. I return, reclaimed again. The beauty departs, wings of light, never gain. Flight reclaimed again. The beauty departs, wings of light, never gain. With the weary heart, extend defeat, soiled from within, tainted by
Well, so yeah, Alone took a while to get out. There was a little bit of a gap. After Adagio came out, we did some touring, we did some shows. We decided to take an actual break for about a year. We thought we'd just kind of take a break. You know, to that point, we've been working as a band for 12 years, and I think I did another Liquid Sound record in the early 2000s, and I was doing that a little bit. So we took a couple years break. And then there was just some other circumstances that just took us a while to get things rolling again. It took us a long time to write the songs and rehearse them and then get ready to record them. That was a long period of time. Various reasons, all just kind of boring reasons to go into, but I gave you a couple there. We just took a little bit of a break purposely. I started working on Liquid Sound stuff during that time, during the second album we did called Inside the Acid Temple. And so it just took a while. And Steve and I wrote all the music together, Steve Mosley and I. So I should mention that after Adagio, and in that time period that followed, Edgar left the band and our other guitar player. Well, Steve Mosley was a guitar player first and foremost and a great guitarist. So when he left, it was just a no-brainer to move him from bass to guitar. And then we just had to get another bass player, so we got James Martin, who's a longtime friend of ours from here, exceptional bassist. And eventually John Covington left as well, and so I had to get somebody else in on drums, which was Steve Nichols. He came in and did a fantastic job. I hated to lose Covington. He still is to this day a brother of mine, and just a great drummer, exceptional drummer. I hated to see him go, but he needed to move on and do some other things. So he did, and we did get Nichols in, and Nichols is an exceptional drummer in his own right. He's a super solid heavy metal drummer, and so I was fortunate to get the band back up to speed with different members this time. So we finally recorded the Alone record. I don't even remember, man. Was that 2007, I believe, or something like this? That's 2007, I think. So, yeah, but we took our time writing that record. We were in no hurry. It's not like we ever made money from this band, or we had a career to consider. So it's not like, well, we better get out there quickly and tour or get another record out so we can continue our source of income or continue being the band everybody wants us to be. But that was never the case. We just simply made music, played it, recorded it, and went out and did the occasional tour. And that was it. There was no money to be made. In fact, it would cost us money to do these things. So we were never, at this point, we're just not in a super hurry to do things. That also factors into it, So we'd rather just be sure the quality is intact rather than just rushing it out. And so I felt really strong about Alone. I mean, it took us a while to write the music, but once we finished with it, we had too much material, we felt, but because it had been so long, we decided to record all the material we had and just release it on an extra long disc. So, the album's a little long. It's a little longer than I prefer it to be in terms of what album length should be. But at the same time, we hadn't put anything out for, as you said, 8 years. So we felt like, let's just, give out as much as we've done. So that album is a great record. I think it's got the best production value out of any of our records. It's evenly produced. All the sounds are really good on that album. Song-wise, it's got some great moments on it. The opening cut, Scent of Death, is another all-in-one Solitude song. Once again, I had figured on this record, since it had been so long since we recorded one, I thought we should open the record up, or at least have a song on the album that pretty much sums up everything that Solitude is about. So that first song pretty much does it. And it's a bold move to put a 8-9 minute song at the front end of your album, but we wanted to do that, and so that's one of my favorite songs. I like Waiting for the Light quite a bit on that song, on that album as well. I think also one of my all-time favorite songs we've ever done is Blessed Be the Dead. I just think that song in particular just epitomizes a sense of doom and sorrow, and it's just a really good song, very well written. Me as a guitar player, it's got one of my favorite guitar solos I've ever done, maybe my favorite. I don't usually review my solos that much or listen, but in terms of my guitar playing, I love the guitar solo on that. It's very expressive, and it fits the song, and the song itself is just one of my favorite songs. So yeah, Blessed Be the Dead is a favorite from that record as well. So there you go. We put the Alone record out, came out, did very well for Massacre Records. They sold better than they thought it would, which at that time was still in the mid-2000s, when records were still selling before the great downfall of CDs, and CDs don't really sell anymore, or recorded music for that matter. But anyway, so there you go with the Alone record. I feel we did 6 studio records, and I think that every record stands on its own merit, and I'm very, very pleased with it. And of course, we did the Bookend record, which is the demos, In Times of Solitude, which is demos and some rare tracks, was another album we released. But that was a reissue of the very first demo, Justice for All, finally put out in vinyl and finally mastered for the first time. And so you're asking me, what does the future hold with SA at this point? Well, people ask me this all the time. I get asked about Solitude, and are we doing another record? Are we broke up? Are we what? Are we not? I never announced that the band was broken up, and I never announced anything about the band. I just sort of let the band fade away, and I don't know that people like that, but I never say never. After so many years of doing it, I think we had reached a point where the magic was not there that it used to be, and it was getting more difficult to be able to pull out quality material and quality performances. And I always said, once the quality starts diminishing or we stop having fun, it's time to pack it up, because we don't, there's no other reason for us to do it. So for the time being, we packed it up, and we are still packed up. There's no plans to do anything with SA right now. I'm sorry to say that for people that are wanting to hear something, but there's just nothing on the horizon right now. I feel great about the stuff we have done. Again, I'm not saying we won't ever do something. I suspect within a certain amount of time we may hear something coming from the Solitude camp, whether or not it's just a new recording of a song we finally decide to do, or maybe re-releasing some old stuff and putting some rare footage out. And I don't know, there'll be some rumblings from Solitude someday, but currently, today, right now, probably this year, nothing is happening with the band. So the only thing that's going on right now, the other guys are doing things. Robert, of course, is doing several projects right now that he's involved with. He did vocals for the last Tyrant record. He's got a project called Grief Collector that he's done vocals for. Both quality releases that any Solitude fan should check out. Steve Mosley's been working in a home studio and working on some other things on his own. Myself, I'm doing my Liquid Sound Company project right now. We just dropped a new CD about a month or 2 months ago now, Liquid Sound Company, Psychoactive Songs for the Soul. So that's what I'm doing currently. Check it out. Any Solitude fans might dig it. It's not really metal, but it's kind of psychedelic. In fact, there's a couple of songs on the new Liquid Sound record that I almost didn't use because I felt like they sounded like almost they could have been Solitude songs, and they probably would have been had I not psychedelicized them to Liquid Sound. But yeah, so there you go. Once again, Jason, I appreciate the interview, man. Thank you for letting me have a few minutes here to shed a little light on how what we think, or what I think at least, on these records and the legacy of the band. So thank you for helping us preserve that legacy, and for preserving metal, period, and doing these specials on different niches and genres of the wonderful world of heavy metal music. So once again, man, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good luck to you with everything, and keep on listening to metal, man.
That was Sightless, Believe, Days of Prayer, and Midnight Dreams, and we just heard our final John clip. So once again, thank you.
Yeah, those are great.
John Perez.
That really kind of elevated the episode a little more than it would have been before. So
well, and John, I don't know if this means nothing to John, but it turned it from a Patreon episode that would only be heard by our kind of inner circle of supporters into an episode that will be heard by thousands and thousands of people. So
yeah, if this can get like a handful of people to pick up some of their records, that would be,
you just need, John, you need to work on making these records a little bit more affordable somehow. If you have any pull on that, that's all we ask, because people like Mark want to purchase the vinyl versions of it. I mean, even like the Metal Minds that I had to get for Beyond and into the, they're
like $40 to $60 now.
They're I mean, I bought them like decade or so ago when they were a little cheaper, but it wasn't like something you could walk in a record store and just buy, so. No,
probably not ever in the career, really, outside of the 90s, but
kind of a bummer. Yeah. So, but basically what happens here with the kind of the end of the story is there's a kind of a big kind of gap. After the Adagio record, which came out in 99, we get the Alone record 8 years later. After the record, the band kind of went into a huge timeout. This 8-year gap while they pursued various side projects, like Concept of God, which was basically, I think with Perez, Liquid Sound Company. They put out a 12-inch vinyl in that time of the Justice for All demos. They got a new bass player in that sort of time period, James Martin. And then that leads us to Alone, their final record that the Solitude Aeturnus has sort of put out. It's got a really fantastic Travis Smith cover. I don't know if you looked at it, but it's basically reminiscent of Eclipse number 5, where you're hanging yourself in the bathtub, the silhouette.
Oh, I didn't even notice that. Is it off the tree?
Yeah, it's off a tree.
I just looked at a little thumbnail.
It's really cool. It's Travis Smith, so it's good. And to me, it's like a great return to form as kind of a final statement. It kind of doubles down a little bit. I think metal and doom was kind of becoming more repopular by the mid 2000s, you know.
Yeah,
so it was like safer to go back towards that earlier sound. I mean, Paradise Lost did it, Bride kind of did it. It just seems like everybody kind of it's like, you know what, fuck it, we got all this weird shit out of our system, let's like kind of go back to the roots of who we are a little bit, you know.
Well, I think at some sense that's like what we want all of our favorite bands to do. And outside of extreme metal, there's not a whole lot of bands that can.
Sure. Yeah.
You know, not to always beat on Metallica, but they can't ever go back again.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like all I want is them to do some good like fucking twin lead shit, some more harmony. Like that's what we loved about them was the harmony. But luckily,
hey, we gotta spit out the bone.
part of it's great. Yeah, like where I was like, oh shit, I fucking feeling something again. Like, oh my god. But like bands like that never hit that unbelievable strata. It seems like they can come back and kind of recapture a little bit easier, which is a wonderful gift that we get.
And it's almost like they can take all the lessons that they learn from these other things and like kind of employ them, you know. So like Paradise Lost hasn't like abandoned Draconian. They're just bringing Draconian in with Shades of God elements and with some 1 second elements, and like it's kind of seamless now.
Especially the last record, it's kind of crazy how many different like on the surface disparate elements that kind of come together and work somehow.
Yeah. So again, there's, you know, I don't have an update, you know, necessarily. It's just sort of the kind of where the band is, you know. I would say,
I mean, according to Metal Archives, they're broken up.
Yep. So,
but that never means it's an end.
You never know. I mean, there's a lot of festivals these days. There's a lot of reasons for people to reform.
I would go see them in a festival in a second.
Absolutely. But I think like the song that I thought would be a good ending from Alone is kind of a statement song, and it opens Alone. And it's kind of, you know, it's like a lot of ways Alone is a comeback record after 8 years. And what better way to open a comeback record than a 10-minute gloomy, doomy, fucking epic song, you know, like the old days almost, you know.
Yeah.
Lots of haunting Middle Eastern melodies interwoven with the heavy parts. I said the sequence that starts about the 550 mark, I just wrote fucks hard in the parlance of our times.
There's some like Tiamat Winter Shadow kind of that note progression of the little acoustic beginning thing.
Yep.
Little Lady
eerie.
Temptress, some a little bit of Maiden in there too, I think.
I said Lowe does some truly eerie, beautiful things with his voice that have roots in Persian, kind of Arabic kind of music. I think it has like a cool doomy drone quality that I sort of associate with like early Anathema, early Bride, some of that as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, if this is all we ever get from them, I think they're a band that can kind of retire and say they had there's, you know, like Downfall is not my favorite, but I didn't objectively unlike those songs. You know, they just wasn't as good as some of their other stuff. And so they haven't had like a big dip. And so maybe it's, you know, best to, you know, burn out or then fade away.
There's no, if they decided to come back, you don't need to do a new record. No. I'm just saying right now, we would love just to hear you play what you've already done.
Yeah. And there's probably a new generation of audience now 15 years later that I think would digest this,
I think
especially
just like how, like, you know, Carcass like how Carcass came back after however many years it was, 15 17 years, to come back to pretty decent crowds. And now I think it would be even
at the gates.
More people know about Solitude Aeturnus now than did then. Like new kids coming up and, you know, starting doom bands and the epic heavy metal thing, and like the time is now to reissue all the first 3 records, deluxe editions. If you guys get the rights reverted back to you, this is a great money making opportunity.
Yep. So John, if you're listening,
if you need help with graphic design, I'm here for you.
There you go. You drew the part of Beyond on the cover of your doom metal issue.
I did the little gate door thing.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. So.
And our previous episode, the little Dream Death, like little goblin guy that's by the book.
Yep, and the journey through.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so let us know what you thought. This has been a fun one for us to go down this rabbit hole. I love it when Mark can kind of like be like, "Hey, cool, this is something I didn't." Like, yeah. And I remember, I think I told you.
It's like grumpy uncle showing up, saying like, "Yeah, it's pretty good, son."
I told you a couple of weeks ago. I said, "I think you're gonna like this more than you thought you did back in the day," and you were like, "Yeah, I probably will." You know, so. I objectively, when we kind of curate this, we're trying not to like, pick bands that neither of us are going to like be like, what the fuck, this is a slog.
I think it's interesting to maybe to talk about those in like a set, like bands we don't necessarily really like in a smaller setting of maybe like a genre thing. But if we're going to take the time to actually do an episode, and I'd rather put that energy into talking about something I care about than like shitting on something.
Yeah.
It's easy to say something's garbage or whatever, but I think it's more positive. It makes more sense and brings more good vibes into the world to do something
when you gotta like
you care about.
You gotta find the things that work, and if you look, there are things that work,
and I like to be proved wrong.
It's a fun one. So but yeah, let us know what you thought. Leave us comments on Apple Music, ratings and stuff there. We don't push that enough, but that's always very helpful to us. You can check us out on Facebook, Jason and Mark, and leave us comments there. We'll read some of the comments on episodes and things like that. The biggest thing you could do if you really, really wanted to help us out, and we think we deserve it, especially with these John clips alone, is becoming a Patreon. And just really, we're trying to up the ante there. We give you these episodes for free. We're doing some really incredible stuff for you, and
there's like audio documentary series at this point.
Yeah, that's what we're really doing here. And so we don't get paid to do this. For the people that are new to the podcast, we don't have commercials except for the ones that they throw at the very beginning of the episode that I just hit the 30-second fast forward thing.
And those are only through certain places too.
Yeah, you don't get them on Spotify. So if you hear us on Spotify, but
we get those pre-roll ads. We don't get any of that money.
Yeah, 0%. So
this is purely a labor of love, and we're doing it just to be part of the genre, and talk about this stuff.
Absolutely. And do the things that we used to do back with the Eclipse and Requiem magazines and stuff like that, and kind of add a journalistic sort of flair. It started off as kind of just a hobby podcast that we had just had fun getting together talking about stuff, but I think we sort of made some decisions that we're good at this, and we can do some things that nobody else is doing in the realm of not just podcast world, but I don't know if even like these magazines don't have the opportunity to go like full scale deep dives. The Hall of Fames get to do it a little bit with Decibel and a few other places.
There's constraints there.
Yeah, here you get the audio component as well. You get the songs like built in. You don't have to like Google them while you're reading an article. It's like it's all packaged for you.
Exactly.
And so
we get great satisfaction out of doing these as well.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, like,
nothing I love more than to talk like, oh, here's what we're going to start doing, and then like start researching, and like, oh shit, this one's I gotta.
Yep. That's what we do in between talk sets sometimes, is we're like looking shit up on Discogs and be like, what does this cost?
God damn
it, I want this now. So that's why you need to be Patreons, to help us so we can like support our habit and get more material, so we can go down deeper dives.
Or if anybody wants to sell me any of the first 3 Solitude Aeturnus records at a fair price, I would be more than willing to pay. I just can't do the $275 per album.
And I'll say this, I just bought some music from John Perez on Discogs. So yeah, look up John Perez on Discogs, and who knows?
Maybe I'll do a personal message and say, hey, dude, do
you have any?
I'll give you a real good price here.
Exactly. But so if you want to become a Patreon and support what we do, we would greatly appreciate that. We think we are doing the best work we've ever done before. And this Doom series, if you're a Doom fan, more good Doom stuff to come, including some special Patreon episodes that will be for patrons only. And if you go to patreon.com/Requiem Podcast, or you go to our website, requiemmetal.com, you can click on the link there. There's a Patreon link right at the top, and it'll take you right to that Patreon page. It's easy. You don't have to do anything. It just kind of automatically happens. If you're kind of leery of Patreon, shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com, and we can give you one of our PayPals.
There's lots of people like to just do a one-time donation,
and
and
that's
just
fine.
shoot us we appreciate it.
Yep, absolutely.
That's what you'd like to do. That'd be great.
Yeah, the Patreon thing, is nice, just because it's easier for you to get access to those Patreon episodes that we have. I think
some people don't care, but
some people are just donating because they believe what we're doing is nice. But there's some fun things in there. Lots of special things, thrash stuff that we did. Man, a lot.
There's a lot.
That's where we talk about a lot of new music. So if you're kind of interested in some of our opinions on newer things kind of happening, we do get into it a little bit there more, talk about movies and some of our other interests. And
this is like a very patriotic thing right now, because we're talking about the diversity of America.
There you go.
And how great Doom is throughout. We've not done the same state twice on this series so far.
I don't think so. No.
I mean, Dave lives in Louisiana now, but he wasn't originally from there.
That's true.
So.
Yeah. No, whereas like thrash, we got in California quite a bit.
Yeah.
Just by nature, But even that one, I think we tried to jump
We went
around.
to Minnesota and, down to...
No, Wisconsin.
Morbid
Saint was Wisconsin. Yeah.
Went to Arizona.
Illinois, Arizona. Yeah. Texas. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're trying our best to geographically sort of
where's
move
the
around.
Michigan Doom? Jesus.
Yeah, no shit.
We're not a Doom state.
No. I'm trying to think of anyone that was Doom. But yeah, no.
There's nothing really.
Yep. So, but yeah, so shoot us an email. Look us up on Facebook. It's a good way to sort of follow us. If you're new to our podcast and you're wondering how come when I go into Spotify and into Apple Music and these sort of places, it starts at episode like 160 or something like that. Our first 160 episodes are all at requiemmetal.com. Old episodes from 2008 through like 2013, 2012. It's weird for me to think of people listening to those, but according to people that are going in deep dives, a lot of them still hold up. There's some that I definitely, we just kind of, we phoned it in a little bit because we were, Uncle John's Cabin or something like that. Like the Anthrax episode, I think we just were like having fun with it.
I'd like to redo that one.
We could do the hell out of an Anthrax episode now.
I've got a lot
especially
more to say.
You doing Scotty Ian
I've done
books
some deep
and stuff
dives
like that.
lately,
Yeah, for sure. So, but so that's the place to go. requiemmetal.com, where you can find the links to Mark's artwork, t-shirts, Patreon stuff, old episodes, the works. All right, and leave that iTunes review, Apple Music review for us. Get us up in the ratings there. We do appreciate it.
We appreciate you.
We appreciate you. It's been a long recording session. This is our back-to-back episodes.
We're on 11 hours right now.
Yeah. Whoosh. 11 hours. Damn. Yeah. And so it's best I say goodbye then. So let's go out with Alone from Solitude Aeturnus and their song Scent of Death. So for Requiem Metal Podcast, I am Jason.
And I'm Mark.